Hello and welcome. Good day. You're welcome to the Elections 2023 coverage brought to you by Veegil in partnership with our sponsors and collaborators. This coverage is going to go over a lot of analysis and in-depth review of the conduct of the elections. We'll be with you here live, giving you an interactive monitoring of the elections. And we would also be having a couple of panelists that will be with us here today to discuss the progress of the elections. We're bringing this to you in partnership with the Summit University. We're also doing this in partnership with Muslim Alliance for Credible Elections, and also in partnership with Paradigm Peace Initiative. Today, I have with me here a couple of panelists that will be joining us to discuss the elections. And I have with me here Comrade Oladimeji Anyon. I have Comrade Oladimeji Anyon Wale. And I also have Dr. Jalilia Debi, who is right here with us in the studio. Also in attendance here is Mr. Bemigo Awala. And we also have here Mr. Olatunji Abiodun Funsho. I would give you some moments to introduce yourself, and when you're done, I'll bring up other guests here. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself, please, Dr. Jalila Debi? So I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Jalili Adebi. It's a pleasure.
So I think we're having issues with your audio, Dr. Debi.
I can hear me now. It's audible now.
Yeah, so my name is Dr. Jalili Adebi.
Okay, I think we're still having issues with this audio there. I think we'll have to come back to you. Comrade Oladimeji Ayonwale, please could you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I believe I can hear you. Yeah, you are loud and clear.
All right, great. My name is Dimeji Ayonwale. I'm a project manager and a senior BA at Credit Suisse here in New York. I'm also a political activist, which I involved in a lot of activism in and out of New York. I'm a close associate of Moyele Shore. Just to give you a full disclosure. Yeah, I'm here this morning, early in the morning, out there to 2:30 a.m. In East Coast, and we are here to discuss some of the proceedings about the election, Nigerian election 2023. That's pretty much what I have to share with you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Dr. Razak, were you able to hear me?
For the introduction. I would like Mr. Olatunji Abiodun Funsho to go ahead and introduce himself.
I don't think it's available. Okay, all right.
Hello, Mr. Olatuji. Could you please introduce yourself? Hello?
Dr. Jalili, you said you can continue the meeting so that you log out and come back in and see if it's
Okay.
gonna be
Okay.
better.
Yeah, is everybody able to hear me speak?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and introduce yourself. I believe Mr. Dimeji Anyewale has introduced himself. May I call on Mr. Bamigbo Awala to do a brief intro of yourself? Hello, Mr. Awala. Yeah, please go ahead to introduce yourself.
Dr. Jalili, do you have a like a co-host rights to kind of like unmute them, because it seems like they are muted?
So right now with the technical crew in Lagos, I've been in communication with them that they have to fix. So the problem is actually coming from Lagos, because
Okay.
as a technical, there we have some guys at the back end, controlling this in Lagos. So hopefully that is sorted out. So,
Okay, I'm able to come back now. Sorry for the audio issues we had there. All right. So I think we're trying to have Mr. Bemigo Awala introduce himself. Could you go on, please? So I don't think we can hear you. I don't think we can hear you. Could you check whether you're muted? All right, we might have to circle back to you. So I think everyone has had a chance to introduce themselves. All right.
no.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning again. My name is Olatunji Adefunso. I lecture in Federal Polytechnic Ede here in Osun State, Nigeria. I'm also a political activist, so to say. I think that is all for now.
All right. Thank you very much for that introduction. So can we have Mr. Bemigo Awala go on and introduce himself to us? No, we can still hear you, unfortunately. All right. Okay. So I would go on to introduce myself. So my name is Abdulrazak Adams, and I'm the founder of Veegil Media. And Veegil is a non-partisan technology and media organization that focuses on improving civic engagement of folks. So we are bringing you this elections 2023 coverage to hopefully give you more information on how the elections are being conducted. We want to also give you the opportunity to be able to participate by giving us updates on the situation of the elections. And these you could do by going to the Veegil app, and you could go to veegil.com or download it on your Apple or Android app store. And once you give us those updates, we'll be able to put that on here on the live stream for everyone to see. So going on here today, would start the conversation here today by pretty much discussing about the journey here to the 2023 elections. And so it's been 4 years since the last presidential elections, and there's been a lot of discussions and a lot of politicking that's gone on up to this point to get us to the point we are in right now, where we're actually working towards electing a new president and a new administration for the country. I would like to pass it on to Comrade Oladimeji. Could you give us a word about the journey thus far since the last election we had in 2019?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the stage with you guys. It's been an interesting journey so far since the last election, 2019, and for me particularly, I was able to participate physically in the election by traveling to Nigeria to get involved. But this time around, due to some issues, some family issues, so I wasn't able to make it. But so far so good. This election is going to be an interesting one. It's totally and completely different from the last election, specifically because it's a new, fresh election. It's going to be a new person. The president just finished his term, so he's going to turn it over to a completely new person. And there's a lot of dynamics that is in play. This is the first time, particularly in our election period, that we'll be able to see, I mean, four candidates coming from different regions, and it's going to be a very competitive one, and with a lot of dynamics, especially with the economic conditions and the resurgence of the youth bulge in terms of getting them involved in politics, and it has given a lot of dynamics. There's a lot of dynamics which now when we continue on the show, we'll be able to enunciate on some of the other dynamics that are probably into play, because it's going to play all around the region. It's going to play into the voting patterns. It's going to play into the region, the acceptability of the each candidate in each region. So, but I'll give room for the others to contribute so that we can continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Comrade Olajimeji Anyawale. So, I think this particular election cycle we have now, it's very interesting because we have representation, and I think it's healthy for the politics. It's also some things that we can see that could actually start to fraught the delicate fiber of our society. We know sometimes in Nigeria we could be very partisan or very tribal. So I want to pass this on to Dr. Jalila Devi. Do you have a sense of this election actually going along the tribal or ethnic lines?
Yeah, so thank you so much for that interesting question. I believe it can go in either direction because elections in Nigeria, we can't do without issues related to tribalism and religion. Right from the very beginning, when the country got independence, tribalism has been a component of the socio-political process. Even the advocacy for independence was not without vestiges of tribalism. And the likes of our founding fathers, all of them, they culture tribal interest, when they were seeking to provide leadership for the country. And it has been an embodiment of what defines our country. And so I don't expect that to be different because as rightly mentioned by Mr. Dimeji Anyawale, and as I've opined on several platforms. In this particular election, we have tribalism neutralizing tribalism as a voting decisional factor because all the major candidates, I expect that in the Southwest, there is going to be a good proportion of the vote that is going to go to Asiwaju because of his tribal affiliation with the people of the Southwest. In the South and the Southeast, I expect similar thing to play out in favor of Mr. Peter Obi. And in the North, that is where I'm going to downplay the import of tribalism in the outlook of election. I expect that obviously religion is going to be a big one across all the regions as well. And so for me, it's going to be tribalism, neutralizing tribalism as one of the voting decision-making criteria on the part of the electorate. And but I do believe that at the end of the day, whether it's based on tribalism, it's based on religion, it's just the preferences of people playing out. Because people have the right to leverage whatever decisional factor they so determined to use while making their decision. It's the personal preference. We have concern about it. Is this the right thing to do? Is it not the right thing to do? And the other thing is that none of the politician is saying vote for me because I'm this directly. But we hear things like it's our turn, it's their turn, this and this. But all of them did a good job calling to the unity of the country and calling to people voting with the interest of the country in their at heart. And I think that was a good thing on the part of the politician. But the electorate, they will do whatever they want to do, and they have the right to make decision as they deem fit. It could be religion to them, it could be tribalism to them, whatever it is to them. It just shows that we need more work to do as a people, and at the end of the day, I believe all of those interests will neutralize one another.
Dr. Abdulrazak, are you there? I just submitted his opinion. I think he has a technical problem as well.
He has some technical problem. Yes, Paul.
Hi, Dimeji. Can you hear me now?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, Jalili. Good morning, Dr. Jalili.
Awala.
Good morning.
You're welcome
Great,
back.
great, awesome.
Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
All right. So we just have some technical difficulties. Dr. Abdulrazak will be joining back. I think his mic or his camera went off.
All right.
So
good.
Dr. Jalil, do you want to run it and throw one question to?
Yeah. So, Awala, what is your take on the factors that you presume might likely influence the outcome of today's election? Religion has been mentioned as a big one. Tribalism has been mentioned as a big one. What other factor would you think would have major influence on the outcome of today's election?
Well, so over the top of my head, I think that two key factors that everyone should be looking out for in this current election cycle, especially for the presidential race, would be one, the youth bulge. Dimeji actually alluded to that when he was making his preliminary comments. I think that the data bears us, evidence as to, how well the young people, in Nigeria this time around have come out to be part of the process. In fact, I was monitoring Twitter over the course of the night, into the morning, and I could see people tweeting, "Oh, I'm so excited, I can't sleep," or "We can't wait to go." So clearly and then the number of first-time voters this time around has also increased. So you can feel the palpability in terms of the excitement, the anticipation, and I mean, off the back of the last 8 years, which, in my personal opinion, has been a mixed bag, and I think I'm being euphemistic in saying that it's been a mixed bag, because the average Joe on the street would beg to differ. He might say, "Oh, it's really had it rough and tough," and the events of the last 2 weeks has further exacerbated, the living conditions in Nigeria. So you have that huge youth bulge that have committed to saying, "Look, we're going to be part of these elections." I think that they are a very strong factor that we would need to take very strong cognizance of. I think another factor, that would swing these votes one way or another, would be the ability of of the voters to come out en masse. Because again, when you look at all of the all of the previous election cycles, I think that we've usually typically averaged about 32 million people, whereas you've always had over 60, 70 million people who have always registered to vote. I have a sneaky feeling that the tide would be different this time around. I have a feeling that this time around we'll probably be venturing into the um, 40, 50 million um, zone in terms of total voting population who actually come out, to make their case. I think another important statistic, that I saw during the course of the week is the fact that young students and housewives, between those two categories, you're looking at over close to 40%, of the voting population. So in my mind, clearly, and I mean, thankfully, Buhari has allowed the students, to go home so that they can be close to their um, voting, voting blocks, which really has never happened before. So I think that on the balance of these two factors, which for those who probably just joining us, would be a huge voting turnout and the youth bulge. I think that these are two key factors that would one way or another swing this current election that we are about to go into. Thank you, Dr. Jalili. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so great to hear that very interesting analysis. The fact that you alluded to the role of housewives and students as major stakeholders. I never thought about that.
Absolutely.
And this
Absolutely.
is the first time I'm hearing people talk about housewife. What I've been hearing people talk about are the traditional, influential, grassroots women politicians. Because a majority of the major political party, they depend on them to actually mobilize
The-
people to vote for their political party and
ma-
candidates. And we see how that actually plays out, who they are going to vote. But something that you didn't actually speak to is the way they are likely going to cast their vote today. Who is the candidate that majority of the students and housewife are going to be voting for? And do we expect a shift in terms of their voting preferences? We expect that as a family, they possibly might have conversation. Where is it that my husband is going to be voting? Who is he going to be voting for? And
yeah.
who are the children going to be voting for? So
Mm.
we'll come
Doctor,
back.
doctor, I think we still have a lot of discussion. So it just kind
Yeah,
of like
yeah, we'll come
introduce
back.
topic.
We'll come back to that. So,
Absolutely.
Mr. Eligbede, are you still with us, Mr. Eligbede?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Eligbede, what is your thought, your take on this election? What is your take? What is your thought on it?
So I think basically the speakers have covered the most important factors. The one thing I want to add is the influx of military men into states around the country to
Yeah,
to
yeah,
forestall peace may also have a side effects.
intimidation.
When people see soldiers, they don't want to go near them. So I'm hoping that while we are happy they are there to make sure everything goes smoothly, their presence does not necessarily discourage people from coming out to vote. And
Suppressive.
yeah, and I also would love to see this not only from the angle of registered voters, because we have always added a lot of people register to vote, but do people actually come out? So what I want to focus on this morning is to encourage people to go out to vote and make sure while they are going out, they also encourage more people to do the same thing. That way, we can have a true definition of democracy where the people turn out to decide who leads the country for the next 4 years.
Okay, that's good to know, Mr. Edmund. Very brief and straight to the point. You did mention that you want to see people encourage people to vote. And I will come back to this, to hear more about it in terms of how do you think that is going to play out in terms of the expected voters turnout. given the fact that a policy, the Naira swap policy or Naira confiscation policy, as some people are calling it, has been, affecting the country negatively, with projection that this might actually depress voters' turnout. So we'll come back to that to see how that is actually going to play out on the part of the people and the political actors. Mr. Funshaw, are you still with us? Okay, let me come back to Mr. Dimeji in case we have lost Mr.
Okay.
Funshaw.
I'm
So,
here.
Mr.
If you
Dimeji,
can hear me.
yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Funshaw. What is your take on this election? What do you think is going to be the major influencing factor in terms of voters' turnout?
Hmm. Apart from most of all what others have said, I think one major factor will be the economic factor. I could remember vividly when before Buhari came in, a bag of rice cost 7,500 plus then, and right now the same bag of rice costs almost 40,000 or 30 something thousand. So that alone will make a lot of people to vote against the ruling party. And also the issue of this naira, shortage of naira. I was hearing from my friend. I was hearing from my friend yesterday that stays in North. He said he is of the opinion that the reason why the Buhari administration is doing this is because he want to make sure that the people vote against his own party. So because most of the northern people don't believe in bank, most of them, their money is always kept at home or somewhere hidden. And right now with this policy, I think a lot of them are APC. So this to me may be also a factor that may likely dictate the outcome of the election. I think overall, the Buhari policy on Naira note has not really helped the political, has not really helped the ruling party. We just wait and see the outcome. I
Okay.
think that is what I have to say for now.
Okay, that seems to be a politically charged position. Your projection will see whether the result will confirm that or not. Given the fact that we know that you are a strong supporter of Mr. Peter Obi, one of the major presidential aspirants standing on the ballot in this election. Let me come back to you, Mr. Dimeji Anyowale. And I think, what is your expectation in terms of safety and security in this election? And I think Mr. MM was trying to get us to that. Mr.
Okay.
Legbede was trying to get us to that. So, what is your take on the issue of security and safety in this election,
All right.
Mr.
Thank
Wale?
you. Thank you, Dr. Jalili, for the question. Actually, I saw a lot of visuals, a lot of videos coming out from Nigeria, from Lagos, especially where they put a lot of military men on the street, especially on the Ikorodu Road and elsewhere. And I feel that it's an intimidating sight for seeing military on the streets in terms of election. It's like Mr. Melegbede alluded to it, that it's going to somehow suppress voters because many people they are scared of military's army on the streets and when they are going to vote, so they kind of feel intimidated and they might eventually don't want to come out and say, "Oh, you know what, there are military there." In one of the in the last rally of Ashiwaju, the one that he had in Lagos, there was one man that was caught for smoking Indian M, and they beat him blue black. And that's just an example that, hey, if there's any, and also if you remember, there's the viral video of a military guy saying, "Ude Zuzu, if you come out on election day, you see yourself." So that's doesn't pass a good message to the voters. This time around, I know there's a lot of there could be some little pockets of violence here and there, but I don't think it's going to be widespread that we anticipated, because this election is going to be regional. So before I, I want to digress a little bit quickly to talk about some of the sentiment that's going to play into this election, because I have numbers of them. So number one, it's that, like I mentioned earlier on, the religion aspect is going to play a big role, because I see a lot of pastors and even some, to the extent some imam saying that if you vote a certain way, which I don't, for me, technically, I believe strongly that there should be a separation between religion and states. It should be a complete separation. The religious leaders should not be given a political advice. They can act in their own capacity, but not in terms of telling their congregation, say, vote this way, vote that way. I think it's, if you go down the line, it might go well with some candidate now, but if you go down the line, that's where we mix things up in terms of religion. So and it's a dividing issue for many of us in Nigeria. So going down, and then the economic issue, which Mr. Tunji alluded to it, which is the issue of the fuel scarcity, and the issue of the naira, swap, and the naira classification, as you mentioned it, is going to play a lot of role in this election. The youths, they are excited, they want to come out because of the NSATs, debacle that happened, the NSAS massacre in Lekki. It's they wanted to find somebody that say, oh, that's an alternative. Not like Peter B is the Messiah, or none of them is Messiah, but they just wanted to change from the two established parties. So it's going to play a major role. Regional sentiment, right? Because you remember that between north and south, right, a lot of people believe strongly that the power should come down to the south. So that's going to play a lot of role, that instead of staying in north, because President Buhari is from the north, he just finished his eight-year tenure, and he can't go back to the, so it's going to play a lot of role in their voting pattern. Also, if you don't know, there's a lot of dynamics. The IPOP dynamics in the southeast is going to also suppress the votes in the southeast. Many people, you remember Sama Ekwa that just made announcement that there's going to be a curfew from the 24th, which is yesterday, till up until today. And some of the iPod members also, just came out with a statement that no, they didn't say they should not participate in the election. There was no curfew. Everybody should go about their business. So regardless of whatever they say, some way, one way or the other, it's gonna suppress the vote, because some people will not go out. Oh, maybe it's a lie, maybe it's not. Because I saw a video also that the IPOP member, they were saying no election in the Biafra land. So all these pictures are not painting a good picture on there. So for that purpose, it's gonna suppress election. There's no one way or the other. Likewise, the internal crisis of all this party, both parts, because if you look at it, between Buhari and Ashiwaju, there is some misunderstanding, which is through the Naira policy, and it's causing some internal wrangling. President made other governors are going against it. So it's one way or the other, it doesn't all go well for that party. Likewise, on the PDP end, you can see the Wike debacle between Atiku and Wike, Dino Malai, they're, going back and forth with each other. It's going to play a lot of role. Even in Peter Obi, the dynamics of his former DG, Doyo Kupe, and also a very interesting video that just came out from one of his strong supporter. What's his name? This minister that so much talked about Ashiwaju in terms of how he was able to like organize his team. What's his name? I think just this Delta man. I apologize. Just forgot his name.
Patutomi?
Patutomi, yeah. The video that was, like that was corroborating, what Ashiwaju stands for, how he believes so much in him, how he's so very, powerful in terms of. So that video is going to play a lot of role in some of the things that, and some of the sentiment that's
Okay,
going to
the
happen.
video will come back to you. I mean,
All right. So
you've highlighted a number of factors.
all right, so
And
yeah, I'll open the floor. So,
yeah,
but in the course of our discussion, I want to go to the numbers, so to the add numbers in terms of number in each of these. So I'll yield the
we'll
floor to
get
the
back
rest
to
of.
the numbers, Mr. Dimeji. And so, Mr. Amen, you started this conversation about, about security, and you obviously expressed reservation about the presence of having the security guys in the streets across the country. But the issue is this, Mr. Hemem. Don't you think that the populace, the masses are happy that the security guys are there to to ensure that the process unfolds seamlessly, because there have been a lot of security concerns in some part of the country, not in all parts of the country, particularly in the south, in the southeast, in some part of the north where we have issue of insurgency. Don't you think that the presence of security folks is going to give some assurance of safety, without likely to encourage more voters to turn out for the election? So we'd like you to elucidate further on this, bear in mind some of the issues that I alluded to. Over to you, Mr. Idlegbede.
So, quick correction. I'm not averse to the presence of the military. What I'm saying is that it could go either way. We have seen videos where the top military officers were talking about people who get bloody nose if they misbehave. We have seen the president himself saying that whoever tries to snatch a ballot box will feel sorry for himself. We have seen pictures and videos of soldiers who are telling people that they will chop their father. Now, all these things, I would think and I would guess they are directed to people who intend to cause trouble. However, my point is that Nigerians naturally have this fear for army officers. So once they show up, even if you are doing the right thing, there's a tendency to just not, I don't want trouble. And my concern is, yes, I know there'll be violence. I don't know to what extent it will be, because naturally in Nigeria, the SI units for elections is always violence. And we have seen how terrible it gets in the Southeast, for instance. We have seen the stance and behavior of IPOP guys who are armed with guns and machetes and all that, harassing people, burning down campaign materials, refusing to give people or throwing away PVCs and all of that stuff. So the military guys would help to a large extent to forestall any form of disturbance. I'm just concerned that their presence and the utterances here and there could in some way put some people off and they will not show up to vote.
Can I quickly just chime in on that, Dr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Awala. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So I am very much aligned to Mr. Legbede's comments. In fact, I think that what we are seeing, is what I could call over militarization. Like I made a comment on Twitter during the week that it's so sad that as Nigerians, we are yet to win ourselves of the vestiges of the military rule, and it's and this cherry adulatory messages that greeted the triumphant entry of soldiers into Lagos and other parts is very clear testament to this, that we're yet to win ourselves of those vestiges. But again, you blame Nigerians because they have lost faith in the statutory force that is supposed to cater to things like this, which is Nigerian police force. I mean, they see the Nigerian police force as being in cahoots with the highest bidder, or being used by state actors to do and undo. So again, it's always important to balance these narratives, but I just thought that it was important to highlight the over militarization that has become the hallmark of our national existence, whether it is insane soldiers standing behind their principles when they're making comments and all of that.
What do you think is going to depress voters? Is it going to encourage people to come out to vote in Lagos? What are the signs coming up in Lagos right now?
So I mean, I've just taken a cursory glance through social media. I think that there's like I said, there's been a lot of enthusiasm, especially among young people. So you can see that a lot of young people have gone out to vote. The popular OAP Ebuka, tweeted about 20 minutes ago that he got to his polling unit at around after 7, and he already had 73 people who were already ahead of him. And I found that very instructive. So I'm not sure that it will be strong enough to deter voters or people who have legitimate reasons to be there. Again, if you remember, before the soldiers' parade, one of the formations in Lagos actually carried out a coordinated sweep, for lack of a better term, across Oshodi and Festac and a few other areas in the city
Show
with
of
a view
force.
to mopping absolutely with a view to mopping up miscreants and these elements off the road. So exactly. So I'm not sure that it's strong enough to deter people who have legitimate reasons, people who want to genuinely go out and vote. But yes, I align with Mr. Legbede's assumption around the effect it could have on the psyche of some people who have a natural aversion for all things military. It could be off-putting. But I think that because the stakes are very high in this election, I'm not so convinced that the presence of soldiers and military men on the road will be strong enough to deter people from going out to vote.
Okay, we'll see after the fact if that is actually the case, because we are going to be conducting opinion poll, getting to know why people voted and why they refused to vote. And one of the issues we are going to be eliciting is the role of the military men in this entire process.
Dr.
Mr.
Jalili, Dr. Jalili, just a
Yeah,
quick one. I just want to quickly ask Awala a question. He mentioned earlier on that there's going to be a huge turnout, and he predicted that it's going to be up to like 50 million. And if you can remember, the current the population of voters right now, the total is about 87 million. So you're saying if you have a 50, that's about 60%. Do you
of the
think,
board.
because I don't think from the history of Nigeria voting pattern, I don't think the highest that we've ever gotten is around 35% or
35.
thereabout. So I don't know if do you think it's going to be up to like 60% this time around, like 57% thereabout?
Uh, so I think that I'll try to be cautiously optimistic. Um, so my take would be say a 10, we'll probably witness a 10 to 15% increase, in terms of year on year or election on election, voting patterns. A 10 to 15% increase might be more like it.
Can I quickly jump on this one, please?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
jump in, and then we'll bring in Mr. Funcho to you.
Yes,
Please jump in,
I
Mr.
think
Hemian.
I think it would be extremely disappointing if we don't have that kind of numbers, because elections for 2023 actually started on the day of the massacre at Lekki.
Hmm.
Most of the narrative then was that, hey guys, with this that this government has done, our best shot is to get our PVCs and vote. And I think the Lekki killings was one of the greatest mobilization tool for this election. So if what we saw then, the army of youth who came out to protest over these years up to this moment, and everything we have seen on social media, Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, if we don't get that number, like 50% or say 55%, I'll be disappointed, really.
But
Sorry.
Mr. Liquid,
So
but
sorry, Dr.
let
Jalil.
me jump
Maybe to
in.
say that there was an election, I think weeks after the Lekki massacre, there was I think it was a
Mhm.
by-election or something, and there was a reasonable voter apathy among young people. So maybe I would say that look, it would be best to temper your expectations, but I think that your reasoning is very sound, and your premise actually is very solid. You're saying that some of the triggers for the huge momentum that we've seen, has fested from that incident, and it would really be tragic if young people do not put their money where their mouth is. Yes, I agree with you
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, so I was going to mention that point, Mr. Wala, that the alleged massacre in Lekki, because we are yet to have a definitive evidence in terms of what actually happened in Lekki. We need that the military guys, they came in, they released some live bullets. There has been a lot of disputes about whether there was a massacre or not, and it's important that we put that into, in a court, because there hasn't been enough evidence, there hasn't been convincing evidence about the massacre. Because one of the things we like to do in this live broadcast is to, wherever we feel that there is a lot of debate about it, we need to point it out to our panelists and to our viewers, so that we are not considered, a platform for propagating what is yet to be established as a fact. So I just want to point that out. Yeah,
Dr. Jelly,
yeah. What is?
I think it is also important that we, like you rightly said, we put it in context. The only way to describe what happened in Lekki will be the Lekki massacre. That is the name that resonates with people. That does not necessarily mean that I'm saying that people were killed or not killed. But judging by the reports of the panel of inquiry, I think it would be unfair and disrespecting the life that were lost to say nobody was killed or people were not recklessly killed. And it also goes to what Awala said earlier, that when in a democracy, we still heavily rely on the soldiers to come and do some cleanups for politicians, or it's just disappointing. How the soldiers were involved in Lekki, or that's another discourse, but again, I am sure that going by the report of the panel of inquiry that the Lagos state government set up, it's on record that some people were killed.
Yeah, very sure. I agree with you. And that's what I've always told people, that the issue about Lekki is that the dispute is about the numbers.
And one life in a sensible country is a massacre, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, we agree with you. We have all been.
And the panel found out that 9 persons were killed. 9. I'm reading directly from the report of the Judicial Panel of Inquiry.
I think that was the
9 persons were killed at Lekki Toll Gate on October 20.
If you kill 9,
anyway, let's move on from Lekki Toll Gate, guys. Let's move on from Lekki Toll Gate. Because we need to close out this segment within the next 16 minutes, so that the next set of panelists. It's been so interesting, talking with you guys about, several factors that will influence today's vote. One issue that Mr. Dimeji actually raised is the issue of religion. And I would like to come back to Mr. Awala on this. So how much of an influence do you think religion is going to have on voters' turnout and voters' preferences in today's election?
And it's gonna play a very big role. It's really gonna be a very big role. Again, it's important that we use history as recent history actually as our guide here. So remember that when the APC came out with its political permutations, and all of that whole cry about a Muslim ticket, and for close to about 6 months, that was the only refrain. So that was a very strong pointer that it had indeed touched some religious nerves. You've also had the situation where the president who is living is a Muslim, and traditionally they feel that someone from the South, or using the Western nomenclatic standing, which is the Christian South, whatever that means, should take over, So I think that religion will play a very, very huge role. I mean, I've seen on social media, a few religious leaders coming out with their full chest and, not providing parables to say that, look, this is the guy to go for, unashamedly, unabashedly saying that, look, I'm with this guy, we're supporting him, so across board.
Yeah, I mean,
so for Joe, I said, look, who are you voting for tomorrow? He's going to be voting for Kwan. So, and it just really told me something around religion, ethnicity in shaping out this election. And I mean, it's nothing new. So when you look at the 2015 elections as well, I actually think that this current episode, that if we could describe as such, follows from 2015. All right. So it's not a recent phenomenon. Those who have studied the 2015 elections have told us how religion and ethnicity played a very strong role in those elections. So this is just a natural evolution or a natural predisposition coming from that trajectory. So yes, religion and ethnicity would be very, very huge um, talking points, or influencing factors, for this election cycle?
Thank you, Mr. Wala. And it's one of the interesting things that I've come to note about electoral process, and that we have always framed it to college is that when you look at the foundation of the Republican Party in the United States, it is built of religion. And Mr. MM, do you think religion as a major factor is actually building of what it looks like for the Republican in the US? Do you think religious groups in Nigeria are trying to replicate it? And what is your thoughts about the increasing influence of religion as a major decisional factor among the electorate and some section of the religious leaders in the country?
Yeah, so to be honest, I think it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because Nigeria has proven that being religious and being a good person are two different things. We have seen pastors and imams or afars commit the most heinous crimes that human being can imagine. So for me, as long as we refuse to pitch our tent with people's ability, people's track records, people's willingness to serve, we will still lag behind. And coming back to the United States, really and truly, the United States is presupposedly a Christian country. I don't think Muslims have that much say in the US. And despite that, you still see a lot of religious apathy against Muslims. So it will be dangerous to even compare Nigeria with the United States. Back to Nigeria, our people need to understand that religion should be separated from politics.
From the states, yeah.
Yeah. People go to church. People come from, prostitutes go to church. Armed robbers go to church and go to the mosque. Murderers go to the church and mosque. Most of these ritual killings are carried out by afars and pastors. So what are we talking about? I feel like lack of trust is the problem, because Nigerians have a right to feel that way. A girl was killed, I think in Kano or somewhere, because they said she insulted the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and she was burnt right inside the school. And nobody was saying anything, right? And how do you expect Christians to feel in that kind of situation? Also, there are things that affect Muslims that Christians don't talk about. So there is this level of
suspicion
lack of trust and suspicion for the two major religious groups.
Animosity.
And lately, the traditional worshippers are also having a say in this whole equation. So I think there's just a lack of trust. People feeling like if this person is there, it won't represent our interest. And like I said, they have the right to feel that way, because people who commit these crimes do not get punished, are never arrested. And so a Christian would naturally feel like, because he's a Muslim, he won't do anything. However, I didn't see any difference in what a Christian governor or president did. So again, it's unfortunate that we have to go that way. It is key in this election. It's unfortunate. My take is, until we begin to see candidates from the angle of track record, abilities, willingness to serve, we'll just be dancing around chasing our tails.
I mean, yeah, it's a pathetic one. And your thought on this, Mr. Dimeji Ayewale, what do you think we can do as a country to continue the some of these issues being given by our religious fathers in the country?
You're really breaking. Okay, all right. Okay. I think you're breaking. So you were breaking, but I think in summary, you're asking that what can we do to kind of stem the tide of religious sentiments in our politics, right? Is that
exactly?
Well, yeah, I've always have a different view about everything else. In America, that's American politics, democracy was supposed to be a separation between the state and religion. So we're not supposed to mix it together. So because it's democracy, it's not about religion. So that's number one. Number two is where I'm trying to drive is that fundamentally, I think the way we run our own politics, it's very difficult to kind of like remove religion and ethnicity or tribals from it, because we are so much diverse in terms of you know, the way we structure, the way we wrote our constitution, and the way we are structured, the system that we're building. We, this same thing that we're talking today, we don't change our constitution or restructure in terms of how we want to govern ourselves. We continue doing the same dynamics, doing the same sentiment all over again. If it's next election, if it's going to be whoever that's from the south, maybe someone from the south is going to be winning the election, that comes in, and that person will come from the north, they want to challenge them, and they will say, okay, north and south. Or maybe another person from a different region. So we're going to continue on this trajectory unless and until we kind of restructure, you know, ourselves in such a way that maybe we, you know, maybe we could have one president and two vice president are from different regions. Maybe that will, you know, subdue some of this sentiment. But for now, you know, there's no way we can take this out. There's no way, you know. Not every time you want to bring down somebody from the south that is going to be Christian, because you know there's, you know, a lot of Muslim politicians that are top there that would like to contest. For example, if Fashola wake up tomorrow that he wants to be a president, is a Muslim, you know, or Shibaji again want to come back again, he's going to be a Christian. So for me, I don't see uh the end to this, you know, this back and forth of about religion mixing up with our politics. It's still going to be there. So it's one sentiment that's going to be there until we find a way of restructuring.
Yeah, yeah. Can we have you guys reflect on the issue of the news that one of our reporters just broke out and shared with us? We just heard that the NSDC vehicle moving election materials from Lagos to Abuja was involved in an accident. So pathetic. And we heard that people were injured. Folks in the vehicle were also injured, but hopefully nobody died in the process. So, what is your
So the news broke. The news broke about 13, 14 hours ago. So I was going to say that the news broke about 13, 14 hours ago, so that we have it in right perspective. It broke about 13, 14 hours ago, this particular news item. I mean, it's tragic. In fact, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, all right. So I was just saying that the news broke about 13, 14 hours ago. In fact, when I look back at one of the talking points I have listed, I had said that one key influencing factor, you know, with these elections would be INEC's ability to coordinate. All right, because again, we have new tech, exactly, logistics. I think the whole value chain, actually, even beyond logistics, because again, you have first time out that would be testing out beavers and, you know, the other technologies on a very large scale. So far you've had pockets of, you know, these technologies being used in one state, in 5 local governments, but this time around it's you know, like we say, it's scaling
nationwide.
Absolutely, you know, and you know that when you're looking to scale a product, you can expect very teething problems. And knowing, you know, Nigerians for what we are, in the area of logistics and planning, we could be a bit we're not very we do not pay very particular attention to details, you know. I mean, on the evidence of a lot of things that I've seen. So that to my mind is actually where, you know, the real worry is, you know, because for example, I know that even in terms of coordinating some of the election officials, you know, they still, as a, you know, as of yesterday, a lot of things were still all over the place. I mean, I heard that news and in my head I was spinning. I'm like, how can this be that 24 hours to an election, you know, we haven't fully tightened all the bolts and all the knots? I mean, it really doesn't make, you know, it doesn't give room for confidence. In fact, again, remember the Oshun, I mean, the ongoing Oshun case. All right, part of it stems from INEC's inability, you know, to properly um, allocate results, or, you know, something of that sort, you know. So again, it was INEC's fault partly, you know,
properly
so
correlate results to
properly
the
collate
back
result.
end,
Absolutely,
to the back end server.
absolutely. So I think that in all honesty, that is something that should give all of us panelists the greatest cause for concern, and I think it's the greatest thing that can move the needle, because if the military guys don't discourage you, if area boys don't get you discouraged, and yet when INEC, the electoral body that is statutorily charged with ensuring that everything goes right, doesn't keep up to their end of the bargain, by omission or commission, I mean, then it is absolutely very damning and worrying, and I think that it would be nice for us to give, some thought to that. Yes, INEC needs to do better.
If I may come into that quickly, just in terms of like the logistics. So I'll just do 1 or 2 minutes. So what I think, like you rightly mentioned, that the proper planning and the proper logistic were not put in place. Why I said that, because essentially INEC make use of CBN headquarters in each of these states, and the election material was supposed to be helicoptered, not even transported. It was supposed to be helicoptered into all these various CBN headquarters in each state, because each state have one CBN headquarters. So they take the materials there, and from there, for me, hearing that they're taking election material from Lagos to Abuja, it's just surprising to me. So it just shows the lack of inadequate planning and inefficiency on that side. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that vehicle was going from Abuja to Lagos. Well, that's what the report says, but nothing confirms that to be true. However, the question is that, and again, it tells about how our armed officers carry themselves. What could have led to that kind of accident? The way the truck spun upside down would tell probably that whoever was driving that was driving high speed. What is the need to rush? You are armed, you are going behind that kind of materials. There should be some level of common sense and decorum in the way you carry yourself, especially in a civil environment where people see you with guns.
My brother, it could be enhanced.
Exactly. I have no question. I don't doubt it. Number two is that, see, to be honest, INEC has a lot to prove to Nigerians and this happens every year. And I feel bad because these are professors or people in the academics that you would expect that they understand the theory behind organizing things properly.
No, Mohammed, that's not true. Just the INEC chairman is usually from the academic. The bulk of the INEC staff are civil servants.
That's what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the head of INEC.
Okay.
You would expect that.
Thank you, Awala, for the pushback. I'm happy.
You would expect that.
I was like, hey, this
what the teacher in class
is slant on you as well.
Actually manage. And like you rightly posited, if people have every other thing in place and they don't have INEC showing up or living up to the expectation, that would be sad. Look at Lagos, for instance. I think it was yesterday, there was a court ruling that said INEC would not be using the Oluomo arrangement.
Lagos State Parks and Gardens, yeah.
Who does that? Who does that? MC Oluomo has not hidden his affiliation to APC. And an INEC official, residence officer, whatever they call them, is telling the whole world that, well, it's the same MC Oluomo-led park authority, whatever it is, that will help them transport election materials. That doesn't make sense to me. So they need to X-ray INEC and be sure INEC can deliver.
But I'm sure you know there's an explanation for that, because again, Lagos State in its wisdom decided to chase away the NURTW, which is a national body from the state, and then use the MC Oluomo, who used to be in that body, to domesticate that program. Yeah, so
I understand of that. And again,
absolutely.
This is the thing, right? One way or the other, materials must be moved, and materials must be moved by people that are traceable and that they can account for.
Yeah.
But Mr. Legbede, who's gotten that logistic capacity? to move things.
No, you actually have a few players. No. So you look at the God is goods of this world. You look at no. So you have a lot of players in the
What about
logistics space.
NIPOST? What about that?
Absolutely. So NIPOST, God is good, and the GIG, and a few other players in that space that are actually
Actually, there was a court injunction.
I just said that these are professional entities without political profit. The fact that we know that
They are traceable. They are traceable.
NIPOST is a formidable.
Does not mean that other stakeholders do not have political preference. So do you think that?
No, but NIPOST is neutral. NIPOST is formidable.
Yeah, I will go for NIPOST, honestly. I would do NIPOST, and I think we should push in that direction. That our state, establishments such as NIPOST be empowered to actually lead this process.
Yeah, in addendum to what you just said, I think there was a court injunction that was gotten that they should restrict using MC Olomo as one of the logistic members for moving election material. So I don't think they're going to be going forward to use him for those purposes. So I don't know.
Okay, from talking about election logistics, let's talk about one final issue before we actually are on our schedule for the second segment. Second segment, after starting at 10 o'clock, and we are going to bring on board a set of panelists. But I think there are still some few issues that we should discuss before we close out this particular interesting and engaging segment. And it boils down to the issue of trust.
Dr. Jalili, your video is breaking.
You are breaking badly.
Okay, so I think what he's trying to say, let me take it up from there, is that we want to discuss in this segment of the program about the issue of trust of our electoral bodies, of the institutions that we rely on to conduct the elections. So how well do you think, or how much do you think Nigerians actually trust that they're going to have a free and fair election organized by INEC?
I would like to jump in on this one quickly. I think most times when we talk about trust, it's also about options. Do Nigerians really have options as we speak?
Right.
No, they don't. The INEC is that one person we have, and so whether you trust them or not, it is what it is. You need to flow with INEC. But I think that at the end of the day, INEC would have to come back with a report card. Osun State already showed that INEC could slack up in some areas that would cause a lot of crisis. And I'm not saying that INEC has not conducted elections that one would say, yes, they did put their best. But the issue of capacity and ability to deliver is what defines kind of trust, or determines the kind of trust they get from the people. So if Nigerians are saying maybe, maybe not, it will be understandable. Then it's left for INEC to step up again and show people she deserves the kind of trust she's looking for from the people. Thank you.
Do you have a take on that, comrade Oladimeji?
I'll use the floor for now. I'm just doing something.
All right. Okay. So let's go to Mr. Awala. What do you think about the level of trust that people have on INEC? And as our other panelists has just mentioned, Mr. Mohammed just told us that it's sometimes a question of capacity. Can INEC actually conduct these elections? So they do have these 4-year cadence, and in some cases they even have some off-year elections. How well do we think INEC would perform in these elections?
Well, I mean, it's early days. I've gone through Twitter in the last 5 minutes. I think we're going to have a mixed bag. You'd have a few places where they would be damn right. That literally just flop. and then I'm sure that you'd have some very bright spots, that would make them shine. I think on the balance of everything, I think we're just going to have to be cautiously optimistic, because um, I do have a strong feeling that the president, and by extension the INEC chairman, want to better this current election cycle. I recall that the president haven't been a victim of three Olules, um, has psychologically, attuned himself saying, look, if there's something I
And
get
can
right.
you explain that terminology to our viewers?
Oh, because of our
What do
viewers.
you
Oh,
mean by
okay, so
three Olu?
he lost the election thrice, between 2003 and 2015 when he won. Sorry, so he's lost three elections,
Okay.
and yeah, so he feels that one of the things he can bequeath, to Nigerians, even as he steps aside, is a fair and very credible election, which explains all of this whole monetary gymnastics and all of that, that we've seen in the last few weeks. I think that the president has a mind to do good, especially by the process. What I really cannot vouch for is how that one man's goodness will cascade across the entire body of INEC staffers that you have across, across the country. Also knowing that INEC also relies on ad hoc staff, some of who are partisans, some of who, have their own agenda, and Nigerians themselves, So um, I think that personally, I just want to hope for the best, that the good would outweigh the bad, and that, come, close of election at 6 p.m. today, that, or at 4 p.m., that come close of election, that a lot of people would have had the opportunity to vote. The process would have been fair, transparent, and orderly, and INEC would be able to bequeath an election that we can all be proud of. That would be my own take. Thank you.
Sorry if I can chime in to if to the same
All right, go ahead.
conversation. So I think in overall there are two things I would like to. They have the competence, but they don't have the capacity. That's what I would say. They have the competence. The people handling it, they have the competence in terms of Mahmoud Jega. What's his name? The Mahmoud
Yeah,
Jega. Yeah, Mahmoud Jega has been coming out upfront, being very transparent in terms of
Mahmoud Yakubu.
Mahmoud Jacobo. Yeah, the previous
Mahmoud
one we
Jega is an
talked.
activist.
Yes.
Mahmoud
The
Jega is an activist. Yeah.
2015
So
INEC chairman.
yes, so the it's been transparent in terms of, for example, being the total number of registered voters. It came up with the number and total number of collected PVC was was able, and it's been since 2 days ago. It's been given update, current update onto the way the election will go. But in terms of capacity, as I just mentioned, those are the competence in terms of how they shun out information, because communication is key about the election. But in terms of capacity, because I seriously doubt the capacity to like latch and latch this process in terms of like rolling out this BVAS process, nationwide. I think we're gonna have a lot of issues, particularly because this time around nobody can vote without the BVAS, right? So, and in some areas they're gonna have issues because particularly in the last election some people were able to vote without the beavers before authenticating them to vote. So this time around, if the machine breaks down or maybe cannot recognize them, they won't be able to vote. So it's going to be a lot of issue. What about if the machine does not work in the entire polling unit, right? So that means those who
But,
vote, those people are
but
not
on
going to
the
be.
Beavers issue, yeah, but on the Beavers issue, I think they do have like a kind of fail safe now where they could either use your face, there's a facial recognition, and they could use your biometric like
Yeah, but that's what they've been using
fingerprint. So
before. Those are the two forms of authentication. So I think in some instances it does fail in some instances because these are machine don't these are machine, and it's robotic, so it's not necessary that it's gonna work out every time. So I think so what, just in case, for example, these two form of authentication failed eventually. So does that mean that entire, unless they bring another one or whatever? So but I still kind of feel, and again, in terms of like the process of collating all the results, look at what happened in our showcase twice. They got the result from the back end in terms of what they uploaded, and it was different from each other. And the third one was even different. With the one on the mesh on the Beavers machine was different from the one they gave to APC. It was different from the one they gave it to PDP. So
So,
see,
so I
this
think I
kind
can
of
provide some background about what happened in Osun State.
so
And
I mean,
before I,
I'm just yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, apologies for interrupting you, Mr. Dimitri. So, in terms of the BFAS, I share your thoughts on this. Because for those of us who are familiar with how this technology works, and Mr. Dimitri is somebody who does a lot of things within this area as well. Technology can fail for whatever reason. And my issue with INEC on the issue of technology is that they have this belief that it's a silver bullet to the issues. And it's not a silver bullet at all. Technology can malfunction. And if a technology malfunctions on the election day, then the voters who have turned up to perform their civic responsibility
Differential
should
back.
not be denied of the opportunity to do the right thing. And that requires that we should have an alternative in place. Because the fact that the biometric machine is not able to identify my fingerprint or is not able to recognize my facial data does not mean that I'm not the person
Yes.
at question. Because we have sufficient evidence to so suggest. When you go through immigration processes, there are occasions that the machine might have some problem. Even sometimes it might even conflate your own identity with somebody else's identity. It
Right.
has happened. It can happen.
Yes.
So, is there a sufficient provision and arrangement made by INEC to address this problem? I don't think so,
Right.
because I've spoken with friends and colleagues within the INEC establishment, rank and file, and what is coming through is that they have this belief that the technology is going to perform wonders, which I believe is a shortcoming on the side of INEC. And they got to do that. And they've been improving, and we need to give this to them.
Right.
However, on the issue of what happened in Osun State, the problem actually is that INEC lacks of understanding of how their technology works. When you use the technology that you actually do not understand what happened at the front end and the back end adequately well, you might run yourself into a mess. And this is one of the problems. And this is not discounting the fact that there was a case of rampant overvoting in Osun State. Rampant. Not in one polling unit, not in two, not in 100, not in 200, not in 300, not in 400. And INEC is not disputing that overvoting took place across the board in Osun State. But where INEC seems to get it wrong, actually about Osun State, was that INEC did not understand how the process of transferring data, because with the BFAS, you can use the BFAS to transfer two set of data. The resource sheet from EC60, you can
Right.
use it to transfer it to IREV, which is the platform, which is the
INEC,
portal,
yeah, INEC
INEC
portal.
portal. Yeah. And they can also use it to transfer the accredited voters data to IREF.
That's why it's called bimodal. It's
That
two device in one.
exactly. And at the end, so what happened in the case of Osun State was that when they sent the initial accredited voter to the back end, they never knew that not all the data was exported. They never knew.
Yes.
The APC lawyers who are very smart folks, as based on the report of the court proceeding that I've read, they requested actually for the data. And INEC gave them the data of accredited voter, and they started making noise about it, that they have sufficient ground based on the data they obtained from INEC to establish that there was a case of rampant overvoting in Osun State. And the PDP, when they requested for it, INEC went back, and then they have to do the right thing. They have to call in their electoral officers and their staff to complete the process of exporting to the back end of the IRF server
Spoiling the data.
the accredited voter. the complete accredit, and they have to print out another version of it. And imagine an agency printing out two certified versions of accredited, and that even begs this question: did they even make use of this data as at the point of announcing the winner in Osun State? Because yes,
Another issue that they didn't call it as a provisional result. They could have said provisional result.
Exactly. So these are some of the issues with Osun election, and I believe that INEC has learned from it. So one of the things I gathered authoritatively from within the establishment of INEC is that during this particular voting election, rather than wait until the end of the election itself, the staff are required to be pressing a button that will enable them to back off accredited voters number, data, or export it on to the IRF portal. And I think that's a smart thing to do. So at the end of the election, they only have like maybe very few data or nothing to even export to IRF. And I think that's a smart thing to do. So we need to give it to INEC that they are learning from their mistake. It's one thing not to learn from your mistake. It's another thing to learn from your mistake and admit it. So we want to commend INEC for taking this reasonable decision and their position, learning from their mistake in order to make the process, better off.
Dr. Jalili, just to add to what you said, and I think while it's okay to commend INEC, it is shocking that this is the issue, because that should be the simplest thing to resolve. I mean, that you can easily tell when what you are doing with a software or an hardware is completed. You just see it telling you, 65%, 70%. You see the rate of progression. And this has been since the days of floppy disk. So if INEC is coming back to that, we didn't know that it transmitted, then it's unacceptable.
It's inefficiency.
What I think would be a good excuse is that, this thing transfers data when there is service. So at some point, there was no service and it stopped transmitting data. And even at that, there should be logs to tell you where it stopped and how much more you need to go. For INEC to have come up with two different results is unacceptable, is irresponsible. Let us call it what it is. And finally, staying on the side of INEC now, I think when they say an election is free and fair, it doesn't mean it has zero issues. It only means that the issues we have recorded are not enough to invalidate or to shift the results away from what they say it is. So yes, we would expect pockets of malfunctions here and there, but as long as those incidents are not enough to affect the outcome of the overall results, I think we should be fine.
So that goes back to my issue of saying that there's competence and the capacity. They have competence, but they're lacking the capacity. The technical know-how to kind of manage all this logistics, all these processes. It's lacking in some instances. But in terms of communication, in terms of leadership, in terms of providing direction, it's out there. Because more so that remember that some of these staffs that are going to be handling all this machine, they're ad hoc staff. They felt like the and how ad hoc staffs are. And the training, they might not be having proper training. Some of them might be very antagonistic to some of the processes that I don't care, because how much do they pay me? Even they are owing me some allowances, and that impedes into the process in terms of the kind of work they churn out during the time of election. So there's a lot of dynamics in place in that process. But in terms of, like I said, we still need to improve a lot on the capacity in terms of how we process. It's not easy, to be quite honest with you. And you can see it played out in the United States of America in terms of they count election, they count result, they collect result even up until like 2 or 3 days. Some elections would have been okay because it's about they've gotten to a certain percentage that they can, actually say a candidate has won, so that they'll pronounce it. But they, in the background, it still continue collating all those results up until the whatever time they're able to finish it. So it's a tedious task, and it's not easy, but we must commend them in terms of trying to do some few things to kind of improve the process. So that's where I'll submit. Thank you.
All
Sorry,
right. Thank.
two quick things. Your fears might be coming true. I just scoured the social media. A friend of mine just tweeted that soldiers actually did not allow her to pass through on her way to her polling center, on her way to her polling unit, even after they showed their PVCs. So I mean, this is an isolated incident, but who knows how many of such incidents, these kinds of things might throw up during the course of the day. Also, I just feeding from a news report on the feed here about EFCC officials arriving Tinubu's polling unit for inspection. As at 38 minutes, no, as at 40 minutes ago, INEC officials were yet to arrive Sunday at Digun in Ikeja, which is where Tinubu traditionally votes, every election cycle, as at 40 minutes ago, So some of these fears that we have spoken about, we're seeing pockets of manifestations here and they are just thought to throw that in before, we round off the show for the next set of guests. Thank you.
All right. So thanks for that information from social media. So it's been a nice discussion we've had for close to 90 minutes here. So I want to thank all the panelists. But before we go here and have our last words, I want to encourage you, viewers watching us, to go on to vote. You've heard from our panelists. They've talked about what's at stake here. We've discussed the issues around security, safety, the management of the election, the competencies and challenges that INEC could be facing. At the end of the day, the thing that makes this process works is when you participate and when you go on to vote. So we're going to be here throughout the day. We're going to be live streaming and following these discussions. We have a number of panelists that will be bringing up. We'll be having several sessions during the day. So you can look forward to another session beginning in some minutes after we're done with this, and we'll continue to have this live show going on for you. So please stay tuned and keep us updated with how the elections is proceeding in your locality. So you can keep up to date with that by going to the Veegil app and reporting whatever incident, whether it's a good incident, whether it's you want to praise INEC for doing a job well done, or if you find any election malpractices or any vote rigging or vote buying or any of those kind of incidents happening, you could also report that on the Veegil app, and we'll be able to respond to that. Also, if you send us messages through our streams on social media, we'll be able to show your comments live here on the streams, as you might have seen some of that pop up here. So I want to encourage you to participate and stay in tune with our coverage of the 2023 elections. And so please stay safe. Do not participate in any illegal activities during the elections. I want to encourage you all to go on and perform your civic responsibilities and make sure that you are helping the country move forward by electing very good leaders to continue to lead Nigeria to greater heights. Before we round up this session, I want each of us to give a last word here before we go. And I'll start with Dr. Jelly.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm optimistic that the election is going to be peaceful, and I further anticipate massive voters turnout. I just heard from one of the colleagues monitoring election in Kano State that immediately after the Subuhi prayer, that is the early morning Muslim prayer, the youth left from the masjid, from the mosque, straight to their polling unit. And that is telling us that the youth factor is going to be a major one. And contrary to expectation that voters turnout is going to be depressed, it seems that we are having it in the direction of Mr. Awala, who has projected that housewives and the youths are going to be a major factor in this election. So wait to see, maybe the projection by Mr. Awala is going to be spot on. He's known to make a lot of spot on projection, honestly. So I want to give it to Mr. Awala, and so we pray for a peaceful election. Whoever wins, it's my hope that all the three major candidates will send their congratulatory messages to whoever emerges as the winner at the end of it. Only one person can emerge, and they have not done their good work, pitching their manifesto, attracting themselves to the electorate. At the end of the day, the electorate makes the final decision.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jalili Adebiyi. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Awala. Can you go on and give us your closing thoughts?
All right. You have maybe just go ahead since you're online straight away.
Okay, so my closing thought is this. I want to appeal to Nigerians to go out and vote and do it peacefully, and especially talk to people in Nigerians in diaspora. Do not post anything you have not verified. Do not stay in the comfort of your houses in Europe, America, and be causing crises in Nigeria that could lead to loss of lives and destruction of properties. Just be responsible. If you don't have your facts, shut up and let people who are on ground do this business.
Thank you for that instructive comment. So let's move on to Mr. Awala now.
All right. So my message is very simple. My message is very
I guess we might have lost Mr. Awala there. Comrade Oladimeji, could you go on?
Yeah, before I give my final word, I quickly wanted to say one thing, is that the election will be lost and won in two geopolitical region, which is the Northwest and the North Central. So whichever candidate was able to make inroads in these two regions will carry the day. So that's just my prediction in terms of what's going to happen. So okay, my last word pretty much is I want to encourage all Nigerians to go out in peace to vote, because one of your most powerful assets as a citizen of any country is your vote, is your most powerful asset. If you don't exercise it, you are powerless. That's the only effective way to change anything you see that is wrong or that is right in your country that you want to change. It's only power that you have, and if you don't exercise it, you don't have any chance or cause to complain. So please go out in peace. Make sure you exercise your rights. Vote for the choice that you will make your critical decision, and your vote is your right, is your most powerful asset. Thank you, everyone.
All right. I think we are left with Mr. Awala. We might have lost him there. Okay, so we would round up this session at this junction. So thank you very much to all our panelists for giving us this interesting conversation to kick us off today. And so we'll be ending this session right now. So I want to encourage you all to be available to come on for further sessions. We've had a lot of predictions here that as the day goes by, we would like to check back on those predictions and see how true they come. So thank you very much to everyone on the stream. And please make sure to share the stream with your friends, with your families, and your connections on social media. We'll be here with the next set of panelists, and we'll be continuing the conversation. So thank you very much for our panelists on this session. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Doctor, thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. So, yeah, are they in, Dr. Adams? Hello, Dr. Adams.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you. Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Hi, good day. Welcome back to the 2023 elections coverage hosted by Veegil in collaboration with Summit University, with the, the national, with the Muslim Alliance for Credible Elections, and the Peace Initiative. So we're going to be starting the second session today, and here with me is a returning panelist, Mohammed M.M. Elegbede. Um, if you could kindly turn on your video feed there. Also, we have here Mr. Ayodeji. Mr. Ayodeji So I would like you to give a word of introduction, introduce yourself to us, and also joining us here is Mr. Atsua Austin Tenugu. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. So
Yeah,
let's
it's
get
Tengu.
to our audience here. And please, if you could turn on your cameras, that would be nice.
Yeah, we lost it. Yeah. It seems that Mr. Ayodeji is having some internet, some connectivity issue.
Issues. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I may give a brief word of.
Oh, did you lose him? So, did we lose him, Dr. Razak?
I think okay. Okay, they're back. They're back.
Okay, they're back. Okay.
All right. Can you hear us, Mr. Atwa?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So where are you joining us from today?
Joining you somewhere at a remote location in Kwande local government. Kwande local government is Kwande is in Benue State, and that's where I go to vote. Not too far from the Obudu Mountain.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, can you introduce yourself to our audience?
Okay, well, my name is Atsu Austin. I'm a development practitioner with a bias in economic justice issues, environmental and human rights, as well as social justice. Because I've been around the sector for more than 2 decades now. I am based in Abuja. Of course, I also run my own non-governmental organization, which just came on board a couple of 2 years ago.
Okay.
Though I'm based in Abuja, I have to make a journey of about close to 500 kilometers by road to come back and cast my votes. So if you can see from the background, the polling unit is somewhere at the back.
Okay. All right.
I had to excuse myself
So have you been
from
able
there.
to cast your votes this morning?
No, I'm still on the queue. The queue is aging close. I think we're about I still have about 20-something% in front of me. Though the
I hope
voting
you don't lose your place in line.
and the INEC
I hope you don't lose your place in line. I think we may be having some connectivity issues there with Mr. Tengu.
To Mr. Ayodeji. Yeah, his internet over there in Benin may not be right. It may not really be stable. So I think let's move on.
All right,
to
Mr. Ayodeji, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Well, Nigeria, good morning. Say good morning from Nigeria. So in specific, Oshobo in Osun State in Nigeria. Thank you.
Oh, so you're joining us from Oshobo. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. Can you introduce yourself to our guests, please?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Of course, my name is Ayodeji. I'm a banker. I work with one of the largest financial institutions on the continent. And at the same time, I'm also an advocate of good governance and delivery of developed democracy to the people. I'm committed to development of Nigeria, being the pride of Africa, and also the commitment of development of our continent in terms of good governance and in terms of visible development that impact the lives of the people positively. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thanks for the brief introduction. So let me go back here to Mr. Temple. We lost you briefly there. So can you introduce yourself? I think you already mentioned to us that you're calling in from Benue State, and you said you have an NGO from Abuja. And do you have any more things you want to say here to introduce yourself, or are you good with that introduction and we can move on with the conversation here today?
I think we can move on. Just like I said, my interest lies in, of course, as a developing practitioner. My interest lies in economic justice issues, social justice, environmental and human rights, as entrenchment of good governance activities at the community level.
Okay, all right, that's good. I think we have Mohammed returning from the last time, so our audience here should be quite acquainted with him. So let's move on and discuss the elections as it is. So we are all in different locations. Can you give us a sense of what uh, the progress of the election has been like? Has it been going smoothly in your respective locations? So we can start with you, Mr. Nkungu. Yes.
Well, so far so good. Everything is going on smoothly, and there is no rancor, of course, but quite a lot of people who would have showed up didn't show up because of this scarcity of naira. So I think largely
And
people
who are
who are
those people
within.
you're referring to? Could you be explicit for our audience here?
No, sometimes people do travel from far and near. Like each time I was traveling for elections, I do give some persons lifts. I do give some persons lifts, but so I do give some persons lifts, but it's quite a couple of them. Sometimes I'll drop them at the local government headquarters from one locations. But this time around, when getting to Makodi, I said, okay, can you get to the local headquarters from where you proceed? I think usually I take about 4 people when I'm coming for election. Of the 4 I called, their complaint was that even if they get to the local government headquarters, they still need money to move around, to move from the local government headquarters down to their communities where they can cast their vote. And that cash is just not there for them to go, except if I have cash to give to them. Of course, I say the best I can do for you is to give you a ride to Adiku, which is the local government capital. From there, you can find your square root. So, of course, people who live within, people who are very close to the polling unit will come out to vote because it won't cost them much.
So I think this is an important thing you raised here, and we could talk about this. Is it a disservice to many Nigerians that we do have a rigid voting process in Nigeria where you have to be registered in a specific location and you have to vote only in that specific location? Do you advocate for a system where you could vote once you have a way in which you could be identified in any of the polling units, where you could vote and your vote could count for wherever you register to vote, but you could go on if life meets you in a particular state, and we have this incidence of, cash and what have you. We discussed in the last segment too about potentially this leading to a low voter turnout when people can make it to their polling locations to vote. Do you think we need to address this kind of policy and look to change it in the near future?
I think in all fairness, INEC made available those kind of options that there are options for people to go online, transfer, change their voting, change their polling units. I have a couple of my friends. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
I have a couple of my friends in Abuja who moved their voting, who transferred from Lagos to Abuja. I know a couple of them. But see, again, due to the affinity people have with specific locations, of course, so INEC has tried with regards to that one because it was something that a lot of persons went online, did it online, and it worked. So I think we can't say that is that the system is now rigid as it used to be in the past, where you were required to be physically present. No, that is not the case now. The case now is you can go online, do whatever you want to do online, then you can just go and pick up your voter's card. Of course, a lot of the time given was also enough, but we like doing things at the dying minute, so that also contributed to. But for this particular election, what I see that unlike because when I got in last night here, usually on election night you see people in gathering here and there, and on the election days where you host people, buy drinks or gisting, and that is not the case for this particular election because the money is just not there. And some persons have said people have dollars that if they vote, they have money at the end of the voting. That is when they're going to share. That is when they're going to share. Others said, well, how am I sure that I'm going to get something? So the bottom line is then some others were saying that for the first time, people will go out there and vote based on their personal convictions, not based on the fact that they have been induced. But of course, the politicians will always look for a way of telling people that if you do this. So I think to a reasonable extent, making the naira to become very, very scarce now also has its own plus. Because unlike like here, I've been voting here for the past, I think 5-6 elections, and everywhere seems to be so quiet. The kind of fanfare that happens on election day is not there because the money is not there. People say that you need to. So I think that is one other plus. So people have come out and stood up.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Ayodeji now. Mr. Ayodeji is in Osogbo. Can you give us a status update on the progress of the election in Osogbo?
Okay, thank you. Where I am. The turnout has been number 219. I'm sure not less than 500. Just 100 meters away. And another like 500. Please.
Yeah, you can speak louder. That would be appreciated.
Okay, sorry, because I'm saying that there are over 500 people in currently people are there is no odds in terms of how people are conducting themselves. Registrations are going on smoothly without any inducement or any form of too out of place from where I am. And in this particular program, almost 500 people vote, and I think that number 50, we have a long day. And just the polling unit 100 meters away, and from what I can see, there would be in terms of people that also so the turnout has been very they are conscious that this is a make for my election of developmental progress. That's why they then in the states to see players launching around trying to get people trying to buy their votes. I've been at polling booths now, and I'll be very observant like that. So the cash crunch or positive of Naira is also there's a positive aspect. Maybe the falling back to the back end to see how we to induce them. I don't know. Like what we used to see before when people leave, there is nothing like it here because there's even no car to do that. So that's the first one. And you will see that more according to the court than the that usually influence some of the poorer people. I will see that okay, might be a true reflection on people and what they even if there's even no cash to
Okay, I think I think your audio seems to be skipping a bit, so we kind of finding it difficult to follow your conversation there. But I think I was able to get some of the things you're saying. You were telling us that because of the scarcity of naira, that there's been less of incidents of vote buying or spreading of money and during the time of the election. So
Yeah.
kind of.
for my earpiece. I was using
You can try speaking. Maybe you can try speaking with the phone directly instead of using the app.
So that's what I'm trying to do now. Remove the earpiece. Trying to speak directly.
Oh, okay.
Now. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was saying before, I said the turnout. There are over 500 people at my own polling. I'm just number 290, and just just behind me in another primary school. There's another polling booth there. There are almost 400 at the other polling booth too. People are going about their duties. But most importantly, is the fact that people, you are not seeing people, unlike in the past, you have some people trying to buy your vote, but maybe because of the capacity of Naira, which is the currency, people are just trying to cast their vote, and they are being professionals, the security agents. I think at the end of the day, if what I'm seeing at this polling booth is voted all over the country, and fair election that is expected based on what I can. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that update. I think this is at this point a recurring theme that there's been some impact on the elections and based on the scarcity of the naira. And so, Dr. Jalil, did you foresee this kind of trend as a result of the scarcity of the naira?
I mean, obviously, I never imagined that it was going to be this, it was going to have this much of an effect. Because my belief is that politicians are really smart in their things. I still don't want to believe that vote buying is going to be suppressed. It could be that they have devised other ways of buying votes. Because we need people to speak out whether they are being induced to vote some other ways. It might be that the departure from what used to be the norm now is that people get to be paid in the hidden, unlike what it used to be in the past, whereby people are usually paid when they are on the queue trying to vote. So we don't know what exactly is happening. And maybe politicians are becoming smarter, just like we saw in the case of Port Harcourt, where a political party, rather than give the women of the house money, they opted to be distributing a gas, a cylinder filled with gas, and that's another way of buying vote. Because at the end of the day, when we look at the issue of money in the scheme of vote buying, it's just a medium of exchange. And that exchange can take place in different ways. It could be secret. It may not even involve the direct spending of money. How much that is the case, we currently cannot say until we have certainty of evidence from different electorate and from different part of the country. And I'm sure in VG we are covered because we have collaborators from across the entire country who are feeding us with update. But what seems to be emerging from the folks who are spoken with is that the Naira policy seems to be having an effect in correcting the abnormality, the prevalence of vote buying in the country. And if that happens to be the case at the end of the day, then we have to give it as applause to the president. However, that does not mean that the policy was rightly implemented. Because people have right to their money, should have right to their money without any form of incumbrance. Situation whereby money is going to be confiscated. And I'm using the word confiscation of money. Well, that is what it is in the practical sense. In the real sense of the matter, people have banked their money and they have the right to their money. And wherever they want to use the money for, insofar that is legitimate, even if it is not legitimate, we can only deal with them after they are caught in the act. The law doesn't operate based on presumption that people are going to use money to buy this and that. That's not the way the law operates. And this is one of the issues I personally have for the policy. I consider the policy to be poorly thought out, to be poorly implemented. But as we are beginning to hear from from our panelists, from our collaborators on the field, and from different parts of the country, it seems to be having an effect. How much that is going to be in terms of the margin of the effect, the magnitude of the effect, I think we cannot say for the fact, but that seems to be a plus anyways.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Debi, for that input. Now, Dr. Debi spoke about the policy here, the economic policy. Whether this is calculated or by accident, we can see from our discussion here that it does have an effect on the elections. And I would like to put this to Mr. Tengi. I hope I got your name.
Mr. Austin, yeah, I think he goes by Mr. Austin.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, I can see Mr. Austin.
Tengu is actually my first name. Come again with your question.
All right. So I was going to ask, how much of the economic policies of this current administration that it's on its way out is going to weigh on voters in their decision to elect the next president and administration?
Okay, a lot of things are at play here, but I think the one that will really affect this election is this Naira redesign policy that the administration just started at the tail ends. So it is actually going to affect the administration. That is one. Two, of course, the rising costs. The rising cost of items, the inflation rate is also a serious concern to a segment of the population. However, of course, all the top politicians, the campaigns here is they stay top to bottom. That you don't say you vote here and you go and vote, just take it top to bottom. That is the message in the rural area. Even here, right here, the message here is that the governorship candidate will say, vote everybody in my party. If it is PDP, I think except the PDP candidate. The PDP candidate is campaigning. The PDP candidate is campaigning for the Labour candidate, the Labour presidential candidate. That's the APC candidate here. The Reverend Father says everything APC top to bottom. So of course, but the Naira redesign policy is something that will surely. I think that policy will not. It may not outlive this administration. May not. It depends on the outcome of this election. it's a good policy, but that is what I feel. That's what I feel.
All
Then
right.
of course,
Let me. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Finish your
Uh,
thoughts.
of course, there are also, you see, campaigns on the exchange rate when the government started in 2015 and what the current exchange rate is, and things like the cost of PMS. And there is the general perception about high level of corruption currently ongoing. So these are things that.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in Mr. Ayodeji here. Do you think, again, the same question, do you think the economic policies, especially in the wee hours of this administration, do you think it's going to bear on voters' decisions here today?
Okay, thank you very much. Will you weigh it to large degree? People have gone through hardship in the last couple of themselves. So actually,
we can't hear you clearly, Mr. Ayodeji.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now. Better now. Yeah.
Okay. So, like I was saying, in the last couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, there's been a people concerning this, especially this cash policy and election. But funny enough, Nigeria, there are some things that the way that they defy all the truth. Whether we like it or not, for everyday people take by the policy, they are going to take that into consideration. It also take the ruling controls like 20 federation, and whether you just influence in those. So why the masses might be impacting the influence on state that they control. So you can't that there will be a sharp departure from yes, it will affect, but for they don't care about the policy, they will definitely. And where I am is a very peculiar state when the ruling party just lost the opposition, that's the PDP. But the main one of the plans for the presidential election, that's Tinubu, actually from APC, and is also a Yoruba man, which the state guy out to state is out to state. So also that same party that is likely to come, fact that is also in a bit with or without the cash also be a consideration in the voting. Fact that even lost or showed to PDP, the alliance of the faction of APC, which actually made PDP to win caution. In this particular state, I see the other party to go for the presidential candidates. With or without what's going to happen. So what expectation is that this will affect the day-to-day the degree about their vote. A large degree, it will still be nullified that they've gone ahead to street to street and even county government by local government. So it might not be significant impact per se. Cash policy, everybody, we all agree. I've talked to a lot of people on the street, artisans, so all of them, they need is good, but the implementation is a bit small. To state the bit small, and the communication was where it was communicated. Most people thought, well, bring 100,000, you give it back 110,000 naira, you give it back 100,000. But ab initio, so CBN already said cash from the economy for the but the info people felt that it was a cash until when everybody started realizing now that it's about cash being of the system. In a way, as a banker, I mean it's good and all this stuff, blah blah blah. But it's not something that is palatable for what you can have access to.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me bring in Madam Kairat Animashan Wajiboye. So she is reporting for us. Madam Kairat, could you give us an update? Tell us where you are currently and what's the state of the election over there. Hello, can you hear us, Madam Kairat Animashan? Hello? Can you go ahead? I don't think she can hear us right now. Can okay, I think we'll probably come back to her. Hello, can you hear us? I would have loved to get a status update there from her. So we'll circle back to her. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Can you give us can you tell us where you are and give us an update on the election from there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe we lost Kairat.
Okay, so we might have lost her. All right. So it seems we've been talking about the economic policies of the last administration and how it's been affecting. Oh, okay. I think she's able to.
You guys hear me now?
Okay, can you go ahead? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My mic is muted.
No, we can actually hear you. So can you? Did we lose that?
Hello, Kairat, please go ahead to give us updates regarding the state of things in your polling unit.
I think we actually lost her. We've actually lost her. Yeah, so we'll wait for her to. When she returns, she can give us insights into how the election is going. Okay. At this junction, I'd like us to kind of pivot the conversation here and look at the different campaigns and the styles of campaigns that have been run here by the different candidates. I think in this election, we have some candidates that a lot of people will consider as front runners, and they have been the most vibrant. But I would say that a lot of them have run different styles of campaign. When you look at the last elections that we had in 2019, there was a lot of promise from the candidates of YPP in person of Professor Mogalu, and there was a lot of talk as to how much it could deliver in terms of support from the youth. We've heard about the fact that the youth may be motivated due to the events in Lekki. But when you look at the campaigns that was run by Mogalu and that's been run by the candidate of Peter Obi in Labour Party, you would see some parallels there. That there's a lot of buzz from a lot of the youths and people on social media. Do you think that the social media would actually have a significant impact in this election this time around? Mr. Ayodeji, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Going to the done by the front runners, Bola Tinubu of Bakau PDP, Peter Obi of Labour Party to extend rather article of MP in Nigeria. The truth of the matter is that I ensure that I looked at for candidates, talking about the same thing, talking about security, talking about the economy, and that's the private policies of the four candidates. They went a long way in around their campaign with all of them areas. Then you in election as Saturday. The truth is, whether we want to sound to be pessimistic about what has happened in the past 4 years, there has been positives. We can't run away from it. The key thing is that has been done. Everybody can attest to physical development on the people with all the in that regard. But in that significant challenges, of course, because we have all in the world and the economy suffer the impact.
Okay, we might have lost. I think we might have lost Mr. Ayodeji there. So Ghana, what do you think about the style of elections or the style of campaigns that we've seen in this election cycle?
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, that's an interesting question. And one of the things I noticed among the major contestants, including Bola Tinubu of the APC, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, and Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and to some extent by Kwankwaso. And Kwankwaso, from this particular perspective, seems to be a departure from what I've observed. But for the three major candidates, it seems that they have a massive contest over, the vote of the younger population, of the younger electorate. And you can see them being active on social media platform. Myself, I'm not a big fan of social media platform, but all these three major candidates, they have used fully social media platform in order to sell their manifesto, their candidate, and to outbid one another. And we must give it to Peter Obi in this area. It seems that the biggest proportion of folks who are active online and who are also bully in some ways, they are supporters of Peter Obi. And there were occasions that he was forced to call us his supporter that they need to desist from bullying the people who are supporters of other major political candidates. And the thing is this, existence online is one thing. People might be doing this for fun based on what we know from the perspective of research. The other thing is that would it translate to vote? We cannot say until after the fact. Because if the level of engagement, the commitment level associated with the candidature of Peter Obi on online platforms, across online platforms, and it's very dominant in all major online platforms. But they would have expected that possibly it's going to carry the day. But the dynamics of getting people to vote is something else. It's something that markedly departs from what we observe in online situation. So they all made use of the social media platform to sell and pitch their candidature, their manifesto in innovative and creative way. We must give it to all of them, and I think it's a pointer to the fact that the dynamics of election are shifting. They are beginning to recognize that if you need to reach out to certain generations, you have to find them where they are, as it is being said in the popular saying. You have to reach them where you find them. And if most of these younger ones, the younger electorate, are spending their day online, then a smart politician need to make this an embodiment of his or her own campaign strategy. And I think they did a good job in that area. But that said, I believe the politicians are equally aware of the limitations of this approach, without being that virtual presence might not actually translate to people coming out to cast their vote on the election day. And that is where you see the likes of Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the APC, often alluding to the fact that the Peter Obi supporters, they are imaginary supporters, not folks, not individuals whose strength can actually translate to actual votes. So, and as a political commentator, as an academic, I'm actually interested in the actual vote, because that is actually what counts towards the delivery of a particular candidate when the ballots on the election day. So I look forward to how much of an impact that is going to have, and how much of a deviation that is going to be from our projection in terms of whether it's going to have a lot of effect or not. To me, I don't think it's going to have a lot of effect because there are many factors playing into why people are going to vote and why they are not going to be voted.
Okay. So if we look at the demographics thus far in Nigeria, I think we may also be experiencing a shift, right? Because when you look at the statistics, over 50% of Nigerians are actually younger than 18. And since the last election in 2023 or 2019 till now, we've had at least 3 to 3 or 4 million of those young children that have actually grown and are of voting age. So many of these people are actually changing some of the dynamics. I think if we do have the turnout, as a lot of the buzz on social media seem to suggest, then we could see some significant impact. So I think that's a good thing to have. I would like to encourage our viewers here to go out and vote. So it really matters for your candidate of choice to be able to get over the hump. I think this election may be one of those where if we do have it to be a real three candidate race, then we may see these perhaps going into a runoff, or we may just find that one of the candidates may impact another candidate in such a way that they may not be able to get over the hump and have the presidency. So please go out and vote. And as you are there, please give us your input. I think we have Madam Kairat back here. Can you go ahead and give us your input, Madam Kairat? You're live.
I think it's possibly still struggling with the connection.
Okay, I think yeah, I could see yeah, that we have there. I know it's kind of flipped. If you can help us rotate your device, I think that would be helpful. If you can hear us, just go ahead and give us an update on how the election is progressing at your location. Okay, we seem not to have it there. All right. Okay. We have Mr. Ayodeji back here. So Mr. Ayodeji, we're discussing about the types of campaigns we've had, the impact of social media. How much do you think this would weigh into the trend we're going to see when we start to have the results coming later today?
Okay, the impact of the of social media on this election, we can especially in the south, where very high level of internet penetration and quite a number of youths in the south they're on the social media. So we will see that's the driving behind the youth being interested in the election anyway. But unfortunately, well, let me say youth in Nigeria, youth that are very, very that they're very active on the social media, disconnected with social media. They don't want to even be on the social media. They just want to, it's that they don't, or they just block themselves away from social media. So that particular social media driving a lot of engagement. The ones that are up social media, which are quite a significant number too, they would neighborhood, they engage at neighborhood level. So impact on those ones that are the youths that are on the social media, it impacts them in the sense that that has already connected with most of them have been interested in this election and are coming out for the very first time to come and vote, to come and perform the civil. That has been a major driving force for them, and the impact is there. But number that will impact positively, or that can from the social media that can do that we can give the victory to any candidate. No, the Nigerian politics social media is for in Nigeria is just for discourse, for engagement and all those stuff. But for critical mass, to have a number that will deliver you into also wrong. That is the seat of power. That on the social media, you have to get on the streets. You have to get to the villages. You have to get to the towns. Social media drive cannot deliver that to you in Nigeria. Like I mentioned, the social media, the impact of social media in the south is quite higher than that of the north, and of course, south is higher than that of the north. Internet penetration is higher in the south than the north, which is a fact in a way.
Okay, so we can.
Yeah, you want to see something?
Yeah, so based on what you're saying here, we may have such a situation where essentially we may have a split of the votes, right? If, from the south, if a lot of these social media warriors come to vote. Video is actually a social media platform. We're encouraging people to use these platforms. I think. Yeah, it's one of the new technologies of the 21st century. So we want to encourage a lot of people that speak and engage on social media to go out there and vote. I think it's going to be beneficial. As we said in the last panel discussion here, that we typically have about 30% voter turnout in Nigeria, 35% voter turnout. I think that's very low, and so I think that's something we can work on and look forward to improving. The more people we have deciding who leads the country, I think the better a decision we can make. All right, so we're nearing the end here. I want to check in one last time with Madam Kairat and Imashama Djibouti. I want to know if you can hear us and if you can give us your update. Okay, I don't think she's available. We've not been able to get her here. So any final thoughts, Dr. Jelly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting, an election that is going to be decided on the first ballot. Initially, the thought was that maybe we were going to have a run, but the feelers from the field seems to suggest that the election is going to be decided on the first ballot in the direction any of the two major presidential candidates. But let's see what comes out of this. And my, final shot is going to be that new voters are going to have a big impact in this election. Given what we are beginning to hear from the field, the youth are really enthusiastic across the federation, and it's understandable. The universities were closed, jobs opportunity are not really there for our youth, and our youth are entrepreneurial. They're hardworking and they are assiduous youth. It also appears to me that they are craving for change in the country, and they do believe that they have that one vote to bring about electing the president who, in their views and thoughts, is well positioned to address some of the challenges and encumbrances facing the country. So again, I'm waiting for a peaceful election, and I'm also waiting for an election where the preferences of the people is going to markedly impact the outcome. So those will be my concluding thought for now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. David. And I think we have Mr. Austin back with us. Can you give us your closing thoughts before we wrap up this session? Mr. Austin, can you give us your closing thoughts for the session? Can you hear us, Mr. Austin? Okay, I think we would have to leave it at that. So I want to thank all our panelists for joining us today for the discussion we had here. And we'll be looking forward to further sessions later in the day. So we want to encourage you all to go out and vote. The polls are open. I think if we look at a lot of the feedback we've been getting, it's been going smoothly thus far. We've had, very little issues to report about the conduct of the election in a negative light. So I want to encourage you all to go out and vote. And as you vote, please make sure you download the video app and report incidents to us using the video app incident report feature. You could also go on our live stream and send your comments, and we'll be reading that on air. Thank you very much. That will be the end of this session, and we'll see you in the next session. Have a wonderful one.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incidents report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work the result in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You won't to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. We'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work the result in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. We'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work result in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hello, Mr. Paul. Hello, Mr. Lande. Hello, viewers. Welcome thank you for joining the live segment of our election broadcast brought to you by collaborators that include Veegil Summit University of in Nigeria and other stakeholders that we've been mentioning their names since the beginning of the production today. We are currently joined by Dr. Lambert Kayode Mustafa, and we expect other panelists to join us in the course of this section. We expect 2 more panelists to join us for this session. So, Dr. Kayode Lambert, it's a pleasure to have you today. Could you please introduce yourself? We can't hear you talk, Dr. Kayode Lambert. It seems you are muted. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Paul, can you do something to that? Dr. Kayode Lambert, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you, Dr. Kayode. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Paul, could you please look at possible technical issues at the back end? Dr. Kayode, we can't hear you. Yeah. My producer is saying there seems to be a technical glitch with your device. Could you look at your device and fix the problem, Dr. Kayode? Hello, Dr. Kayode. There seems to be a back-end issue with your device. Hello, Dr. Kayode Lambert. Hello, Dr. Kayode Lambert. Yeah, so as we wait Dr. Kayode Lambert to fix his technical problem, we are also waiting for other panelists to join the section. We've been hearing reports about the suggesting that there might be some issues as anticipated in 2 previous sections in this election coverage. We are beginning to hear that there might be some concerns about the efficacy of BFAS. In the case of Governor Wike, it's been reported that the BFAS could not accredit him, and he expressed disappointment over the BFAS. Hopefully, the issues over there are resolved. And there have been some concern in some other places where people are complaining that the BFAS could not accredit them to vote. Hopefully, the issues are resolved so that those who have turned out to exercise their civic responsibility are not so denied as a result of a technical glitch. Mr. Paul, could you please bring in Dr. Kayode Lambert back into the studio so that we can have him as one of the panelists for today? And could you also bring in some other panelists who are joining us today? So, Dr. Kayode Lambert, who advise that you log out and log in again. Please do that. So let's pivot to some advert, Mr. Paul. Pending the time we sort the issue with our guest, pending the time we sort out the issues. Could you please just
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. We'll take care of you very well.
No, sir, we are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incident, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us. Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work the result in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you. Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos, and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Paul. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine.
So, how many people do we have at the back end that have joined? How many of the panelists are around now? Hello, Mr. Paul. Okay, so let's go live, please. Let's go live. Please, let's go live. Let's go live. I want all the panelists on board, so we'll get started for this section. Hello, Mr. Paul. Hello, Mr. Paul. Okay. We are live, and so thanks everyone for joining us in our live coverage and broadcast of the forthcoming election in Nigeria. We have a host of guests joining us from different parts of the country. And may I please call on the guests to introduce one another, starting with Dr. Kayode Lambe. Dr. Kayode Lambe, could you please introduce yourself?
Hello, good afternoon from Nigeria.
You will know that you're from Nigeria. So which part of Nigeria are you from?
I am from Ilorin, Kwara State, North Central Nigeria.
Ilorin, Kwara State, North Central Nigeria. Have you been able to cast your vote today?
Yes, I've done that.
Okay, that's great. That's great. And then so let's Mr. Taiwo Adebayo introduce himself. Mr. Taiwo Adebayo.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name is Taiwo Adebayo. I'm right now at the polling center. Yeah, I'm at Alimasho local government, exactly Ipaja town. That's why I did my voting this morning, and we are getting some results now. So I think it's okay.
Okay. We are pleased to have you. It seems like you are really invested in this election, doing due diligence and everything. Okay, we are glad to have you on board, engineer.
Yeah, nice to be with you guys. So, yeah, thanks for the good work.
Our player. Madam Kairat Animasha Wadiboye, could you please introduce yourself? Hello, Madam Kairat. I hope you've been able to fix your internet issue, Madam Kairat Animasha Wadiboye. Hello, Madam Kairat. We can't hear you speak, Madam Kairat. You might need to do something to your phone to be able to get on with us. Hello, Madam Kairat. We cannot hear you speak. I think you might need to change your location or do something to your device. Okay, let's get on with Dr. Lambert Kayode. Could you please give us a lowdown of how the voting exercise has gone so far in Kwara State?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, go on. Yeah, go on. I think you've been able to fix your speaker problem. Yeah, go on. Please introduce yourself.
Your line is really breaking.
Yeah. Go on to introduce yourself.
Your line is breaking from your end.
Oh, that's interesting.
I am speaking. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
clear. Speak on. We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. So speak on.
Thank you so much. Okay, I don't know the question, but I just want to report what I have seen today. So I have been out since about 8 a.m. in the morning. From I walk from my residence to my polling booth, and between that residence and my polling booth, I found about maybe 8 or 9 polling units. But everywhere was calm because I'm here in Amu ward of Infestac town, calm, and a lot of people came out en masse to vote. The major challenge that we got was the fact that one, the INEC officers came late, maybe because they didn't get their materials on time, right? And then secondly, we had issues of network issues with the beavers that was being used. It was a very smooth process at the end of the day, whereby you go in there, they have a physical paper whereby you have to check if your name is your picture is on that physical sheet, right? When they verify that your name is there after looking at your card, the next thing is for them to check you in through the BV. No, there's a BVA system. The BVA system is the first one to check you in through. Then they check the documents. When they find out that you're there, then they mark your thumb with something like this. I don't know if you guys can see my thumb, the back of my thumb. When they give you a mark on it, then they give you the ballot papers. So people were educated as to how to use the ballot papers, and I was able to cast my vote. So it was seamless. There wasn't any rancor. People were calm because everybody wanted their votes to count. So this is what I can report for now from my community.
Okay, thank you so much. I will appreciate that. And yeah, so Dr. Claudia Lambert.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, loud and clear. Dr. Claudia Lambert, what has been the
Hello?
situation?
Yeah. The experience has been wholesome.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
People turned out en masse. As early as 8 a.m., there are quite a number of people who had turned out for the exercise. They turned out with a huge enthusiasm. And of course, there was a little delay due to lateness of the polling officers. And of course, their excuse was that they got to the place late due to lateness in collection of some of the materials to be used. But pronto as they came in, people filing for accreditation and the voting began. And everything was orderly in the polling booth. We have exercised my franchise, and there weren't any issue. Perhaps I did my voting in an academic environment inside the university. So things went well, everything went smoothly. The BFARs worked, and everybody cast his or her votes. And I left the place because I have some other engagements. I think the voting must have been rounded up now, and everything so far so good. There weren't any incidents of any problematics at the center where I voted. And of course, I was monitoring some other centers in the city too through the social media system. And so far so good. Some of the reports I've read shows that the exercise is going on peacefully in the city of Ilorin, the capital of Kwara State, North Central Nigeria.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with what is happening over there. Engineer Taiwo Adebayo, could you please share what it has been in your area with us?
Yes, it was a nice experience. Since I've been voting, I've never seen such a turnout. I left my house at I think 10 minutes before 7 because I had to trek 30 minutes trek to get to my polling unit. When I got here, I couldn't believe the crowd that I saw around 7:30. So the officials, the INEC officials, they came early. They came around 8. Around where I voted, we have about four polling units there, and in the 4 polling units, I think 3 of them came very early, but by 8. Another person came around 8:30. So, and it was very orderly. The INEC officials, they were well briefed. they came and they gave us a bit of orientation, what is expected, where they are going to stay and everything. So now everybody abided. So they came, they told us how to vote, how to which paper to go to each box, because we are doing 3 votes, three presidential, the 2 house of assemblies. So they told us how we are going to fold the papers and all sorts, and everybody just followed suit. So I'm still at the polling center, and many people are still here to look at the results. And the orderliness is so massive. Everybody was so calm. They were counting, and the results were actually in order. Everybody is satisfied. No fight, nothing, and everybody has started moving to their respective houses. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Yeah.
If I may
Hello?
ask you said that they've concluded the counting of the ballot in your polling unit.
Yes,
Could you
yes,
please share what the
yes.
result looks like with us? What is the result?
So right now, if I can share the video in one of the polling units here, we have for presidents that they've concluded. LP led by 79 votes, APC has 32 votes, and PDP has 8 votes in one of the units that I voted. The other units, LP has 10 votes, APC has 7, and PDP has 1. So the other one, I've not got the result. I will still go there to see the result. The other 2, I will still see there to
So it
see the
does appear
result.
that the voters turnout in this polling unit is not really huge, given the number of votes.
It's not, but no, people came. There are fun because I've been voting here and for the last 8 or more 12 years, and I've been saying that the maximum we've been turning around here a maximum of 50. But for this time around, that we are above 100 is is massive.
Okay,
To me.
that's good to know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's flip to other panelists.
Okay.
Madam Karat Animashaun, are you still available? Hello, Madam Karat Animashaun. Okay, Doctor, let me come back to Mr. Muhammad Jamil Muhammad. So could you please tell us, introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining for, and share the experience of what it has been in your polling unit and your state generally. Could you please unmute yourself? Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Muhammad Jamil Muhammad. Hello, Mr. Jamil. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Could you please, yeah. We are struggling to hear you. I think it has to do with your speaker. Would you use your phone directly instead of using your earpiece? Would you consider using your phone directly to communicate instead of using your earpiece? There might be some interference from the earpiece. It seems some sound. It seems you're having some sound coming from you, a little bit of it. Okay, let's wait for you to sort out your speaker issue, Mr. Jamil. And so let me bring in Mr. Kayode Lambe. When you look at the voting pattern in your constituency and in Kwara State generally, what do you consider that to be like a market departure from what it used to be in the past, or is still the same amount of people coming around to cast their votes this year? Hello, Dr. Lambe. Hello. Hello, Dr. Lambe. We are not able to hear you, Dr. Kayode Lambe. Dr. Lambert, we are not able to hear you. Hello, Dr. Lambert. Hello, Dr. Lambert. We are not able to hear you. Let me move to Mr. Dimeji. Then we'll come back to you, Mr. and Dr. Lambert. Mr. Dimeji, could you please introduce yourself and share your thoughts with us about the ongoing election?
Good day, everyone. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, loud and clear. Loud and
clear.
Okay.
My name is Dimeji Akitunde. Although currently I'm living in Ontario, Canada, but I've been monitoring the elections since it began earlier on today. As a matter of fact, I just got off from a video call with my friend in Nigeria. So they were counting the ballots as at the time I left the video call. So based on my perception about the election that is ongoing, for me, it looks in the southwest area, especially in the Badon, that I was talking to somebody there right now. It looks like it's keenly contested election, especially between the Labour Party and then the APC and the PDP. As at the time the ballot was counted for the senatorial election at that unit, APC had 50 votes, while Labour Party had 46. It's looking like a very tight contest among the two parties. Seems like the Labour Party has been so underrated, but they look like the underdogs here and then. For me, I think the APC they are giving them a good run for their money. Looks like for me in the presidential, I think there is a high chance that we're going to have a rerun based on the results that are coming in. And then I spoke to somebody too in Osun State. It looks like, initially, based on the past experience regarding elections, money politics has always been the order of the day. But based on what the policy that the federal government just introduced, seems that they were not able to do that. And they were not able to intimidate a lot of voters. And then the turnout was actually huge compared to the last election. And then from the feelers that I had too at that polling unit in Osun State, looks like it's going to be it's looking like a keenly contested election too as well. And it looks like PDP is having a good time at that polling unit as well. Also, generally in the southwest, based on my perception, it looks like the generation of, say, my parents that were born in the 60s or 40s, looks like they are going to be voting APC, because I believe there is this sentiment of the remnant of the experience of the Civil War really pushed some of them to be voting for APC. They don't want to vote for another tribe based on the sentiment that, oh, I'm not going to vote for another tribe, Igbo. And then they don't want to vote for probably PDP because they feel that the person that is just living there, that's the president, Muhammadu Buhari, is a Fulani man. So they don't want to vote for Atiku, which is a Fulani man as well. And then for people like my generation, who are born in 80s, early 90s, looks like it's going to be divided. Talking about the Southwest in this regard, like we have a chunk of people that will be voting for APC, and then we have a chunk of people that will be voting for Labour Party too as well. So talking about the Gen Zs, like people that are born in the 90s, late 90s or early 2000s, it looks like majority of them will be voting for Labour Party. So let's see how it goes, but it looks like we might have a rerun in this presidential election. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for sharing your thoughts, and I love the way you frame it. That it's a perception for now, because the results are still coming in, and it only can be said certainly after the fact. Mr. Jamil Muhammad Jamil, it seems you're back. Could you please go on to introduce yourself and share? I think since your voice is good now, your sound is good now. Could you please go on to introduce yourself and share experience with us concerning what it has been over in your place? Over to you, Mr. Jamil.
All right. Thank you for having me. I am the General Secretary of the Network for Development and Democracy, NDD. platform in Nigeria. I'm speaking right away from the local government down the headquarters of the government in Nigeria State. So that's my hometown. That's where I have the chance to cast my vote and also to make sure there's something around in the election. Of course, I can say that they're doing a remarkable improvement at the side of the independent electoral commission. Because
your internet seems to be breaking. Your voice is breaking. Could you please change your location a little bit? Yeah, could you please change your location? Yeah, I think you should change your location so that we can hear you better. But your voice is coming through. We are having a little bit of a problem with your internet connection. What do you say? It's improving. It's improving a little bit. It has improved a little bit.
Okay, now. So I saying most of the shows like the respective polling unit online, just a few that are the elections not commenced very early enough. And now as it is around here, it's time polling that it is time that votes are being sorted, so we can clearly see what is happening, what is not happening. But what I've seen with the entire scenario is that we were taking that people have around this like 20 to 24 units this in the town. And I saw that there was massive turnout of voters who wanted to exercise their franchise. That I now understand the fact that people are having challenges in the country. But people still they create a mark in the history of the country. So I would not be able to say much about what is that like of what is fair in the election, because vote is almost on the point. But of course, relatively it is fair. And around that's like for the fact of the state that people turn out much to vote, and it's possible. You know, it's like you can't do without having one or two MPs here and there. But of things that are brought under control by the voters, by the security agents are where without much capital or much.
Okay, Dr. Yeah, so yeah, we are still struggling with your voice. If you can change your location, but one of the things I've heard from your hand is that the voters' turnout is massive and it's impressive in your region, which I believe is a positive thing, and it's consistent with what has been reported in several parts of the country. So we'll come back to you, Mr. Jamil, that your internet is going to be better. Let me come back to. Oh, you've been driving. Yeah, we'll come back to you, Mr. Jamil. We'll come back to you later. We'll come back to you. Let me bring in the voice of Dr. Kayode Lambe. Dr. Kayode Lambe, the voters turnout in your location, is it an exception to the pattern that used to be in the past, or is something that is in line with expectation? Your thoughts on this, please.
Like I said perhaps because I voted in an academic environment, it was consistent with what we used to have in the past. People turn out because ordinarily people do turn out in this environment to vote, and we experience the same level of turnout. The only thing that I noticed, the sharp departure I noticed this time around was there are quite a number of youth who are so enthusiastic, some of them first-time voters, some of them kind of trying to be so interested in voting this time around like we used to have in the past.
Oh, that's interesting. So do you have an idea of what their voting preferences are in terms of the candidates they are going to be casting?
I mean, it was a kind of a rainbow coalition of interests. Some people are adjusting for APC candidate, some for PDP, and some for Labour Party. These were kind of a cluster that I noticed as I saw people discussing and chatting while they were preparing to exercise their franchise at the voting booth.
Yeah, that's interesting to know. Let me pivot back to Mr. Adebayo. Mr. Adebayo Taiwo, you did indicate that in one of the places where you monitored that Labour Party won that particular polling unit. Could you please tell us about it? Because you may possibly have explained, possibly explain the pattern of the result in that particular polling unit. Could you please tell us?
Yes, what I saw was that before you see a lot of party people at the polling booth. That is quite different this time around. In this polling unit, I've been voting here for some time now. Unlike before, you see a lot of Mama Loja, Baba Loja, the market women, the people that are coming here. But this time around, you see a lot of youth that are around, a lot of first time voters with different ideas and different ideology, completely what we used to have. Then I could see that I didn't see any vote buying, any people coming around to actually convert for votes, or like what we used to see at this polling center. So now everything is calm. Nobody has come to convert for vote. Nobody came to disrupt the voting exercise. So it has made people that okay to vote for whatever they like. So then the result is now coming to actually show that what they actually voted for. So I'm waiting to get result for another polling unit that I just got now. So the last person has just cast his vote. So I'm waiting to see how the result will look like. But the 4 polling units that I have been, Labour Party has won the four units that I
So
have
what is
been
the
today.
demographics of the people? I mean, the ethno.
This one is the highest polling unit that I've been now. I think
No. What I
they
mean
have
is this.
over.
What I mean is this. So when you look at the demographics of the people along tribal lines, so what is the demographics of the people?
Yes, I wouldn't know. In Lagos, everybody speaks Pidgin and English, so I can only depict that. This is a local area where Yoruba people decide so much. These are Ipaja town. So I think it's more of Yoruba people, yeah. But youth are very many here at the polling unit.
I'm familiar with
Yes,
Ipaja. Did you
yes,
get to
yes.
listen?
Ipaja is.
Did you get to listen to the conversation of the youth in terms of their psychology, why they are voting?
Yes. I noticed that most of them they've known each other in the area or in schools. They quickly united together, drinking water together, drinking minerals together. So that actually showed that they had the same interest. So the way they
Did they
actually
talk about the
see.
candidates they were going to be voting for?
Actually, I did not see them talk about candidate. I did not hear that. But the way that they move together and they blend together this morning actually showed that they actually understood this is where they were going.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it was
interesting.
very interesting. Yeah, I didn't see them talk, but you see them together. Somebody will go and bring water. All of them will share. Somebody will bring mineral. All of them are sharing. So, but they didn't talk about who they vote for. And so, but I think within their mind, they are talking to each other.
That's interesting. That's a new
Yes,
pattern.
yes,
We
yes.
look forward to the
I
result
will
of
share you
where you are
yes.
currently.
This one will look interesting because where I am currently now, I think they have above 600 voters in that PU.
But that's
So
massive.
yes, that's massive. So the last person just did his voting now. So I'm just waiting to start counting. Then we can. I will share the results with you.
Okay, thank you. So let's flip back
Yeah.
to Malam Jamil. So Malam Jamil, looking at the voting trend in your hand, what do you think is likely going to be which of the major candidates do you think is likely going to win the polling unit in your end? and your state generally, given the fillers that are coming by?
Thanks for the opportunity to say, but like from this end, it is almost certain that the house race between the PDP and APC, these are two parties that are predominantly, in fact, you hear people discussing around the politics and what the PDP and the APC. The other party, like Kibita, is a senatorial candidate that is strong on the ballot of PRP, so you're also getting some votes, and NPP is getting some votes, but the two leading are the PDP and the ATC. So this is being the voting pattern across the state, except of course for the major north district, where you have a strong candidate from the NPP as a senatorial candidate. But there's something very spectacular I've seen, like in 3 different polling units. People are now voting according to their choice of candidates and not their capacity. I can have some people who say, for the House of President, I'm going to vote this person. The second time, I'm going to vote this party, this person, this party. For the presidential, I'm going to vote this. So I would think not in accordance with their party of leaders, but with the candidate stand election at different levels. So this is what the pattern has been all across around the community.
Okay, thank you, Madam Jamil. Yeah, of course, we are still struggling with your internet connectivity. Your voice is breaking up a little bit. But it seems you are suggesting that currently it's a contest between the APC presidential candidate and the PDP presidential candidate over there in your polling unit and your state generally. So,
even at the House of Representatives, that's how the House is. Except that, like in major South, you have somebody on that who is based on is also trying to pull along, and then on the north, we have a candidate on the NPP ballot and party that is also strong, is also taking a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to some policy issues. And I'd like to get started here with Dr. Kayode Lambe. Dr. Kayode Lambe, I believe you have monitored the entire campaign process. And in your view, which of the candidates, based on their campaign promises, do you think is better positioned, from the policy perspective to address the economic equivalencies facing the country? Hello, Dr. Lambe. We are not able to hear you, Dr. Lambe. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah,
you're loud.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear, Dr. Lambe.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see clear-cut issue-based campaign in the election. Rather, what I see is what I will call campaign rhetorics. Because what do I mean by this? We have a lot of issues to be addressed, and the most important way to address issue during election campaign is to lay out the strategy and tactics to be used by the candidate to solve this election, to solve some of these fundamental problems we are facing in the country. But when I watch through the major contenders in this election, what I saw, what I've seen based on my own analysis of campaign, issue-based campaign, we're in Nigeria election vis-a-vis what I've seen in advanced democratic climate. I have not seen concrete issue engagements. Rather, I have seen appeal to emotion, appeal to sentiment, and quite a number of things, because we are going to be talking about issue. If candidates can tell us that they are going to create employment, not just telling us I'm going to create employment, how? The basic thing is, how are you going to create it? We have been hearing most of what we have heard so far since the Republic, since the existence of Nigeria Republic. We are going to do this on education, we are going to do that on power, on infrastructure, but there weren't that critical engagement of the issue on the modalities, on what is going to be the modus operandi of meeting some of these challenges. Yes, Nigeria is bedeviled with a number of issues. Security issue is there, economy issue is there, infrastructural issue is there. There are quite a number of issues that we are facing, but we will expect candidates to tell us in quantifiable terms how we are going to be addressing this issue. For example, if you pick issue of education, one of the greatest problems we are having is funding of our education and appropriate pricing. None of the candidates was able to tell us in concrete terms that I'm going to do this about education and this I'm going to go about doing it. I'm going to be doing this about infrastructure, and this I'm going to be generating the money to do it. This I'm going to lay it out. This is going to be our plan in the first 100 days, in the first 1 year, in the first 2 years, and so on and so forth. This is what I call issue-based campaign. Talking about issue, all of them were talking, they were rambling about the issues, but I have not seen, I cannot, put my price on anyone that has really addressed the issue fundamentally the way I would have loved the issue to be addressed.
So, Dr. Lambert, it appears to me that we cannot separate the people from the campaigning process and outlook. What do you think, from the perspective of the people, is responsible for why, in your thoughts, politicians have circumvented speaking to the salience of the issues as you wanted it to be? What do you think from the perspective of the people?
The greatest problem is the degree of education, the level of education of the people. I'm not talking about certification here. I'm not talking about level of literacy in the sense of writing and reading. I'm talking about literacy in the term of critical mindedness. And this is a fundamental requirement of a democratic setting. In any democracy, informed citizenry is regarded as the basic requisites. But when we look at Nigeria, our system over the years, we have realized that our political actors are first and foremost the base this education, which is the fundamental basis of democracy. People go to school, yes. We have a number of people being turned out of university every now and then. But when it comes to critical mindedness of these people, it is not there. People are still staying glued to primordial sentiment of religion, of ethnicity, and this is what education should trump. If our education has been able to trump these primordial sentiments, I think people will be able to demand accountability, demand conscientiousness, demand critical engagement of issue from the candidates. So if we are unable to address that, I'm afraid we are going to be moving in the same cycle over and over. So this is what I've really seen, and this is what I've studied over the time. I am not just a scholar in the university, I'm a scholar of election study. And I have conducted a number of studies that show that our issue engagement is always minimal at every election cycle.
Yeah, thanks for your thought, and I think those were really well taken. Mr. Adebayo, could you please chime in into some of the issues raised by Dr. Kayode Lambert, that the campaign were generally not issue-based? What do you think explains this? I'll come back to Mr. And I'd like you to reflect the role of religion.
Yes.
You know,
in
because
fact, I quite agree with him 100%. You know, I look at it in two folds. This politics is more or less that they are looking for a job, and it is we that are citizens are required that the politician will give us. So we like sweet talk, we like lies, we like dancing, getting 10 naira for election, doing all sorts of things that are not adding values to us. That we believe in that, okay, somebody will give me my own turn, somebody will give me money, somebody will give me whatever that I need, he will give my child, what's it called, appointments. We believe in all those things than telling us what exactly that is the person going to do, and how is he going to achieve it. So we've had a lot of that. So the politicians, so they have already seen that this is the weakness that most people have in the society. So and they are capitalizing on it, and that is the truth. So instead of them to talk about that, okay, this is education, this is what we are going to do, this is how we are going to achieve it, they rather tell you that, okay, in time of education, they just pick a blanket thing that all of you will go to, will ensure that you spend 4 years in university, without telling us, okay, what is the problem that is on ground? How do we achieve it? Have you spoken with what ASU is requesting for? Have you spoken with the student? What are the things that is in the university that will make 4 years to be 4 years? So those are the things the leaders are out of the followers. So they think the way we think, they reason the way we followers reason. So they are out of us. So we can't see anything that is much more different. So all the same, in their manifesto, I read some of their manifestos. I read the one for LP, I read the one for APC, and I read the one for PDP. So I could not actually dish out so many things that is actually saying how, or the methodology of how they are going to solve the problem. They just tell us a blanket thing. I give an example. They tell us that they will provide electricity within the first 4 years. So how is it going to achieve it? Nobody is telling us. So it is when they are now talking that they will say they will engage Siemens, they will engage this. So nobody has actually done the root work, that what is the cost of providing education? What is, how much is a citizen is actually needed to pay to get electricity? Are we ready to pay it? What is the cost of living? What is the standard of living? Are we? So nobody is really talking to those issues. That's why I quite agree with the doctor. This is the issue that we have found ourselves. But I believe there's another thing that is actually the issue that I know. Most of the politicians, if you see in Nigeria, they have seen it as a birthright. That okay, that when we are in one position as a politician, you have the right to bring in the next person, even if it is my child. I can bring in, if the person is competent or not, you can bring it in. So that is in their head. The beauty of it, even if LP does not win or anything, but this type of the thing we have this election is sending things to the people that are the candidates, that election is not the way it used to be. So the election now is tending towards people than you yourself. Now, before, as I told you before, this is the place I used to vote. By that time, I know those people would have brought money. Somebody will be sharing money at different corners. That's why you couldn't see this here. At this my point that I know. The 4 places that I have been today, I have not seen anybody sharing money. So unlike before, I would have seen. So those are the things now. So the thing is now telling them that election is actually about people. Is now about your staying in office will be as a result if you have delivered or if you have not delivered. And that thing I think is coming gradually. It's coming gradually because nobody believed that the turnout this year will be as much as this, and it will, nobody will believe that people will just change within 8 months, that this volume of vote that LP is having within this area. I don't think nobody can believe that they can have such votes. So I don't know every other part in Nigeria, but with what I've seen here, that I've seen that I think the people thinking is gradually changing, and they believe that okay, at the long run, the power belongs to the people.
Yeah. So that means that we are beginning to record some shift in the behavior of
yes. Even I know that when result comes, we will see that there are some shift. I don't know of the north, but I know in the south here there will be some a bit of shift. There will be the result will actually show that there has been a bit of shift.
Yeah. So let's go back to Mr. Meji Akin today. So do you agree with Dr. Kyle, the last speaker, that there are some little ways in terms of behavioral shift of the people regarding factors that feed into their election preferences and voting pattern. Do you think that is more of a claim that we can celebrate as a small win in terms of positive voting behaviors in the country?
Thank you. As a matter of fact, I agreed with both of them, the last two speakers. To be honest with you, although I don't like using this word, but that's the truth anyways, an average Nigerian voter is not an educated voter. What do I mean by this? Not necessarily I don't mean going to school, 4 years or university, going to secondary school. That's not what I mean. Like an educated voter in the sense that, just like the last two speakers have mentioned, if a politician promises you like, okay, this is what I'm going to do for you, we only attached ourselves to the sentiment along the tribal lines or religion and stuff like that. We don't really focus on how these guys are going to achieve what they promise us. Now, take for example, I participated in an election here in Canada for a Nigerian who contested for a post of councillorship. So during our campaign session, we're going from door to door, right? So we were trying to share what the manifesto was like, but what the striking difference compared to what I experienced to what we normally have in Nigeria is the fact that the voters here, they are really interested in what you have to offer, not necessarily you are a black man, you are an Indian, or you are a Caucasian. They want to really know what you have to offer and how you are able to go about it to deliver it for them. Now, going back to Nigeria, our own settings here in Nigeria, we focus more on, okay, this guy helped me to help my child secure an admission into a higher institution. Based on that, I'm going to vote for you. That is more tending towards a personal benefit, not necessarily what is going to benefit the country or your society at large. And that is really drawing us back. But just like the last speaker has spoken, I think there is a little bit of mindset shift. It's just coming up gradually, and the level of awakening is highly on the rise, probably because we have a huge number of youth that are coming out to vote for the first time, I would say, probably. But talking about this election too, probably because the level of money politics based on the new policy that the government has just introduced have really reduced that sentiment. Probably that could be a reason too as well. But I think
let's come back to let's interrogate the issue of youth. Because I think we need to unbundle some of this issue. And I think that is too much of an assumption that the Nigerian youth might actually be voting based on objectivity. Because when you look back at the leadership of youth in our university, now speaking about the student segment of the youth population in the country, because when we look at the youth, we can unbundle it. It's not all the youth that are in the university. Some are outside of the university. They are teachers, and those constitute a huge part of the youth population in Nigeria. Let's focus on those that are students for now, particularly those of them that are in the tertiary educational system in the country. When you look at the leadership of students in our various universities, it doesn't sound easy. I myself, I was a student union leader at the University of Lagos way back in 2000s. And Dr. Kawade Lambe was a senior comrade, and he knew what it was back in the days, how we struggled, those of us that are progressive. And I haven't seen things change positively. In fact, things have actually gone in the negative direction. So when people see youth out there like casting their votes based on objective consideration, I kept asking myself, are we talking about different youth in our university system, or we are talking about a new generation of? So I actually don't get that. So I was wondering if you could reflect on that, and I will bring in the voice of Mr. Jamil to talk about this issue about youth voting pattern. Is it the same thing up there in the northern part of the country? So 1 minute for you, Mr. Dimeji, to conclude your thoughts.
Okay. for me, talking about the youth in the tertiary institution, like you mentioned, I think this is a computer age, and I think for this our generation, there is this kind of individual mindset, which is tending towards like freedom. You have the right to do what you think is right, not necessarily because for me, like you said, the youth, the leadership of the youth in the university is highly compromised, and many of them too are really following up the conventional politicians. So, and then I would just like to bring the sentiment for this election in particular. I would like to bring the sentiment of the NSAS. Many of them are actually voting along the anger, the built-up anger they've acquired during that protest, that the government actually worked against them. I think that is where I think the mindset is tending towards for the youth, just like you mentioned in the university settings. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to that. This is the second time that the issue of NSAS is coming up. And here again, we also have to disaggregate. We have to disaggregate the youth. The northern youth may not be the same as the southern youth on the issue of NSAS. And the other thing is that we also have youth that are loyalists of different political parties. So one keeps wondering whether all of these youths can be bundled into one, or it is better to see them as one of a multiple variety. So let me bring in the voice of Mr. Jamil Muhammad. So Mr. Jamil Muhammad, back to this issue of youth and voting pattern in the North. What does it look like over there?
Thank you for the opportunity to ask again. With this, I remember when the President Colombo of Kenya he made a statement after the election and after the result of the election. He said, "Here is an African man, is not moved, an African man is not moved by your ideas or whatever you want, what policy you have been on board. But he is moved by what he has, he sees the gain and his stomach." This thing, particularly even around the youth, on the road to the let me be but not for northern youth, this allegiance being paid to others. So that has not given the opportunity to see a great part from the north of what they said we should do, and then we're going to do it that way. Also, what has pushed you in the direction that they're going is, firstly, the LS has mentioned, they are having an allegiance with their parties or politicians or other godfathers. Therefore, they want to build their culture or their ideology on who they are seen as role model, and therefore, and whatever they so that's what they do. So it has not been there's been a very clearly written, handwritten policy or direction within the youth of the North. And this is not far-fetched from what we even have in our tertiary. So most of them that are there, you will end up seeing that if in the student government, you will different different process. The Nigerian social and Nigeria as a land, you still have the same. The national youth to Nigeria have the same. You have politicians being the test with and with the hope that it will mobilize for them. And when they want to go into whatever office they are in, it's been like that. They have been taken in the action of their or let me go to very well the people they are claimed to be a mental in the political culture. So this is the issue. And on the issue of policy, of course, it's something that is being organized, but in the North, basically we see that that state of ideology and philosophy of life or political life is not well established. Have few, and you can see that even with the whole plan of the movement, the mass movement, for instance, of the youth around the idea, the rest, it is not recording, but you have sentiment, especially religious sentiment coming into it. And in other Nigeria, where you have predominantly Christians or a region of the state that are going in that direction. And even they are going that direction, in that direction, they are in the same thing of religion, but not based on ideology. So it's still very far from what where we should be as far as the Nigeria is concerned.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, we had some problem, following you because your voice was breaking, possibly due to your internet connectivity.
Wow.
Yeah. So let me move on to Mr. Adebayo, and this is going to be the last question for each one of you in this segment, and we are going to be starting another segment at exactly 6 p.m. through 8 o'clock this evening in Nigeria. So now, if you are going to make a projection, what do you think is likely to win the presidential election? And do you foresee the possibility of a rerun? So I'd like to start with Mr. Adebayo.
Yes, with what I'm saying, it's a bit very difficult to predict now, because I've not got hold of some votes coming from some densely populated area like North, Katsina, Kano, Maiduguri. So I don't actually know, but with the a sort of what's it, the probability that we have done, I'm seeing a sort of a very tight one between APC and LP, and I cannot really say. The thing is very dicey now, and I don't think anybody can do a correct guess, because PDP too, from some strongholds, they are coming out better. So and Lagos State now, with the result I'm getting from Lagos now, from Lagos, I'm seeing 55-45.
55 in favor of 55.
Yes, in favor of APC, and I'm seeing like 45 to LP, which is a very close margin with what
that
is
seems to be, that means Peter Obi might actually be performing up to expectation in Lagos, given the
yes, in Lagos State. If he's having 45%, is a very good mark for him.
Honestly, that's going to be a good mark for Peter Obi in Lagos State.
Yes,
that's going to be a good mark for Peter
But
Obi.
APC will win Lagos, but the margin will not be what we think of.
Okay, that's interesting to know.
Dr.
Okay. We will still come back to your short. Yeah. So, what is your take on this? Your projection for this election? Who do you think will be the winner? And do you also foresee the possibility of a rerun?
This is one of the most interesting elections since return to democracy in 1999. For the first time, we are seeing a very strong third force that we have not seen in our electioneering activity since 1999. And that has also made it dicey. But it is too close to call now, because we are still at the early part of the results. So far, so good. I've seen some results from Ilorin, and in Ilorin, so far, so good. The results that I've seen is just one horse race. It's not even 2-3 horse race. It's one horse race, and APC is in the lead in some of the results that have gotten to me through a number of network of friends on the social media. So, like somebody said, we might experience strong shifts in a cosmopolitan center, but I don't think it is looking the same in hinterland. So, but until the result is finally declared, and nobody is giving that power of the attorney to declare the results, but the INEC. So I want to believe that at the end of the day, it may be a tide that may call for a rerun between APC and the Labour Party. It may be.
Mentioned the result of the interland and the cosmopolitan area, and you seem to be suggesting that the 14 patterns are not changing in the rural area.
Yeah, it seems from what I've seen I have gotten some results from polling centers in Ilorin, and like I said, it is one horse race. APC in comfortable lead in some of the centers that have gotten thus far.
So what do you think explains this differentiation in the result outlook in the cosmopolitan centers?
Yeah, it may be nothing but cosmopolitanism. You see, in the cosmopolitan center, there are some degree of enlightenment, there are some degree of break away from the cleavages that we are talking about. There could be also the bandwagon effect, because in the cosmopolitan center, there seems to be following fad. I mean, when there is a fad, a number of people rush through it in a bandwagon manner. So, and this might be the result we are seeing in places like Lagos. We might witness it in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, and some other cosmopolitan center. But so far, so good. Like what I'm seeing around there in Kwara State, it seems that the ruling party in the state, and perhaps it may be result of the love and affinity for the ruling party in the state. I want to believe that in Kwara State, I think APC seems to be in good book of the people. I mean, judging by the performance of the governor of the state, and this might also rub off on other elections that we are going to be witnessing.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Kwara State used to be the stronghold of the PDP, and that part of that was because of the influence of the later Senator Saraki, the leader, as he's fondly called by the people. And of course, he passed on the baton to his son, who was a former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So we look out to the outcome of the vote in Kwara State, whether it is going to strengthen their current hold on the state, or whether they are going to flip a power of that. So we wait for the facts.
We are no more with the Saraki. The pattern is not supporting Sarakism. So far so good. The pattern is not really supporting Saraki. Saraki was dethroned in the last election, and the voting pattern today is showing a consolidation of that dethronement. So far so good. I am not giving a final fact, but what I've been saying, streaming him, shows that people are still in love with the current governor of the state.
Okay, yeah, we come to know that after the fact, when the results are officially announced. Mr. Dimitri, could you please give us your thoughts in 1 minute regarding whether we are going to be doing a rerun, or possibly we are going to have it concluded after the first ballot? Just in 1 minute, Mr. Dimitri.
Okay, quickly. Based on my pre-assessment of the election, right? Although, just like the last caller has spoken, it's too early to call, very early to call, because most of the conversation we've had on this platform today centered around voting pattern in the Southwest. Until the election result comes from the north, then we'll be able to call it. But based on my pre-assessment and currently what is happening, I think there is a possibility of a rerun. Actually, it's likely that we might have a rerun based on the current results that are coming in.
Okay, that's 2 against 1, and so let's move to Mr. Jamil Muhammad. What is your thought on this? Do you foresee a rerun, or do you feel that the elections are going to be concluded after the first ballot?
Based on what I have observed around Niger State and what I've heard from other northern states, I think there's a possibility of us having a fair winner based on the constitutional provision responding to 55% of the state. That might call for a run. Of course, it's early to also conclude what is happening around the north. So I may actually, because I can hear my brother about PC and LP logging it down around the Southwest volume in particular, while in the state, so it's still that and too early. Of course, it's a good one that they're having a shift. Another part that I'm thinking, like, offset but the wave is not something that it's that of labor. It's happy that would have been in the results later announced to now I think NNP is not as much available in the South. So that's why I'm not giving NNP any chance of exploring it. Was played for this actually the PDP and I think the one I would say it was no longer before that we think. So basically what I would say.
Okay, thank you so much, and we look forward to whether some of these predictions will come to pass or not. We are getting close to the end of the ballot, to the end of the voting time in most part of the polling units across the federation. And the good news is that for the most part, the exercise has been considered peaceful. Of course, there have been reports of skirmishes here and there, but predominantly the election can be considered for now peaceful. And we have also heard reports that in some cases, the military guys who have been mobilized to ensure safety and security of the electoral process, that they have gone beyond their boundaries in some occasion. But for the most part, the report seems to be positive about their professional conduct, ensuring that people are not transgressing their bounds, manipulating the process, or trying to run away with electoral materials. So we want to give commendation to the military guys and to the security personnel for doing us a wonderful job. Hopefully, our democracy is going to move in the direction whereby we no longer will have to bring them out to be part of the voting exercise. So we want to thank all of you for your time and for sharing your thoughts with us, and for bringing it live to our viewers across the federation, issues about pertaining to the progress of the elections across the country. We'll be coming back to some of you today because we still have 3 more sections of our electoral coverage today. And in the next section, we are going to be using electoral map that we have used our algorithm to create. And that is when majority of our viewers are going to be able to see how the candidates are faring across different local governments, across different states, and nationally as a whole. So we want to thank all of you once again for your time, for sharing your thoughts with us, and we wish you a beautiful rest of the day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you. Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incident, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you. Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see? And they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
All right. I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform. Okay, calm down. Let me explain to you. Yeah. The fact index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The fact index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting that particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher fact index of that particular post because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
All right. I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform. Okay, calm down. Let me explain to you. Yeah. The fact index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The fact index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting that particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher fact index of that particular post because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform. Hi, my name is Farouk. You need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality. I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you. All right. I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform. Okay, calm down. Let me explain to you. Yeah. The fact index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The fact index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting that particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher fact index of that particular post because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform.
Corpus! Corpus! How are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
No. I'm starting a broadcast now.
The broadcast? That?
Yeah.
I see on a show. Is it a podcast?
No. Go out. They're already saying you. I don't want you to be seen. Go out, please.
The message.
Oh, yeah. Please go back. Go out.
Isn't that what the message uses in the broadcast?
Prince, I need you to get that now.
Who broadcast?
I don't want anybody in this room. Close the door.
All right. I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform. Okay, calm down. Let me explain to you. Yeah. The fact index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The fact index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting that particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher fact index of that particular post because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. You know we'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Alright, I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform. Okay, calm down, let me explain to you. Yeah. The fact index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The fact index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting that particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher fact index of that particular post because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform. Hi, my name is Farouk. Do you need to report any form of incidents or injustice that's happening within your locality? I know you'd also like to update your friends, your family, and also the public as a whole. You can do this with the incident report feature on Veegil app. You have the ability to choose the type of incidents, to describe the kind of incidents, and as well to add photos and many more. To use the feature, download Veegil app now on Google Play Store and on App Store. Thank you.
With Organization Portal, you can create an online presence for your business and manage it on the go. Be it political, non-governmental, civic organization, business owner, social institutions, and so on. There's room for everyone. You can do more with Organization Portal, from adding team members to creating campaigns, posts, debates, and much more. Get started by downloading Veegil app or visit veegil.com. Veegil, increasing your socio-political influence.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you too, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working so we can use manual process. Then we can work result in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. We'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
Hello, mic check.
To have joined, have you been able to see Ajarakia?
Hello, mic check.
Yeah, please. How many people do you have on board now?
Hi, Abudu.
Yeah, let's go online. Let's go live, please. Let's go live. Others will join us. Mr. Paul, let's go live, please. Mr. Paul, can you please go live? Hello, good afternoon, viewers, and we thank you for joining us for the evening section of our live electoral broadcast. We have been providing you with updates from the field, and our panelists have spread across different polling units in the Federation. So in this afternoon segment, currently we have two people that have joined us. I would like them to introduce themselves. Over to you, Mr. Wala. We know that our guests, our followers, our viewers are familiar with you. Could you please reintroduce yourself to some of those who are just joining us? Please reintroduce yourself, Mr.
All right. Good evening, distinguished viewers. My name is Bemiwo Awala, and I am a communications consultant, PR expert, and I also wear a hat as a public affairs analyst. And also have worked as a journalist in time past. So I wear quite a couple of hats, and today, basically, I've worn a lot of my journalistic hats out there. In trying to get a sense of what the pulse of the people, are like. And it's so glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wala, for introducing yourself. Mr. Boye, Mr. Boye, could you please introduce yourself?
Okay, good evening, viewers. Thank you for having me on the platform. So, my name is Boye Gadioye. I'm a marketing expert, okay, and I'm a very strong enthusiast of a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where we all can be free to vote for whoever we want to vote for based on the fact of what we know and what we believe, not based on what somebody has said and what people are pushing out there. So let's keep it rolling.
Okay, thank you so much. We are so glad to have two of you join us now. We expected our panelists to join us. To start with you, Mr. Boye, which part of the country are you now, and what seems to be, the situation of things with the election? How would you judge the election over there in your place? Do you consider it to be smooth, effective, without any form of glitches here and there?
Okay. First and foremost, we need to commend INEC. We need to commend the security forces. They've really done a good job as regards this election. But one of the worrying thing about this election is the fact that there was low turnout across board. Um, yes, there was a rumor of somebody who snapped a ballot box somewhere in the Cross River North, because I'm actually calling in from Cross River State at the moment. So there was a rumor of someone who tried to snatch ballot box in Cross River North and was shot. It has not been confirmed actually, but by and large, it's been peaceful. It's been fair enough from the feelers we've gotten around, and people seem to be okay with the way things have gone so far.
Okay. So when you said that the turnout was somehow low in your area, what do you think explains that? Was it as a result of the currency policy implemented by President Muhammadu Buhari, or just general voter apathy? What do you think explains this very low voters turnout?
Okay. So for me, what I've noticed is that currently we have citizens who are educated, but in the democratic process, they are not still yet educated. So they still haven't gotten that real need for them to be involved in processes like this. Because there are people you know personally and you see them all over social media trying to put in hypes, you thinking that you meet them on the field, casting their votes, or probably working as observers, and you don't get to see these people. And when you check your polling unit on the average, where you have 750 registered voters for those polling units, and you're having the total vote cast or total accredited votes for that polling unit is standing at 300, below 300. So you're even having less than 50% across board. So this is solely on the fact that our people need to understand why they need to be involved in a process like this. There's a difference between people going to school, knowing how to read and write, and there's a difference between how people know how to exercise their rights, especially when their right is given to them freely to exercise. So that's just my worry.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I love that the concluding part of your submission. Where you differentiated that there's a difference between being educated and being educated from the perspective of knowing how to exercise one's civic right and responsibility. I think that was a very massive one, Mr. Boyega. We'll come back to you, Mr. Boyega. Mr. Wala, is the situation the same in your area? Because Mr. Boye is telling us that voters turnout has been incredibly low in his area. Is that the same thing with the pattern in Lagos over there?
Okay, so I'm in Lagos. I've had the privilege of covering the whole of University of Lagos, segueing into Onike, Iwaya, and some bits of Akoka. I think that the voter turnout has been very impressive. In fact, in my own polling unit, I think that we recorded one of the highest numbers that we've ever seen in the polling units. I mean, since I started polling there in 2011, So I think that there's been a decent turnout around Lagos. Yes, there's been a very decent turnout around Lagos, and I think I alluded very much to this in the morning. That we're expecting a lot of people to come and vote, and I think that we've been validated to a very appreciable degree.
Yeah. So what seems to the difference in voters turnout in Lagos compared with Kala, where Mr. Boyega is reporting from? What do you think explains the difference in terms of voters turnout in both places? That's a question for you, Mr. Walla. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So I think that for looking at both, trying to contrast both spaces here, over the top of my head, I mean, I'm just going to try to make a few wild assumptions, as to what might have occasioned, what might have caused these differentials in terms of the voter apathy that seems to have happened in Cross River North as opposed to Lagos, where I think that we've seen a very healthy, impressive, and large turnout of voters. I think that the dissatisfaction that a lot of people experienced, in a very cosmopolitan, urban, and very enlightened space like Lagos, I think is one reason. I mean, I cannot speak so much as to the nuances, that undergird, the way of living, the lifestyle, the economic indices, that define the lives of people in Cross River North. But I think that for a lot of people in Lagos, I think that they've had enough. And, this current poll was an opportunity for them to come out and say, look, enough is enough. We have got to make a change, So that would be my take around trying to describe or trying to make a sense of what we've seen in terms of the voter differentials for Lagos and somewhere like Cross River North. Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Muted, yeah, I was muted. So, Mr. Boye, let's talk about the demographics of the voters themselves. What does the demographic looks like in terms of the turnout of male voters versus female voters over there in Calabar? So, which of the demographics seems to be more involved in this process? Hello, Mr. Boye, we can't hear you. Hello, Mr. Boye. Hello, Mr. Boye. Okay, while we expect Mr. Boye to come back, Mr. Awala, could you please speak to the issue of voters demography in Lagos State between male and female voters? Which one seems to be more involved in this process?
Well, so I think that it's been an equal and almost equal share. I mean, I look at my polling unit, for example, at Ajayi Street in Monique Wire. I think that, when I look at it in terms of male to female ratio, I think that it was somewhere around 60-40, tilted towards the male. I think it was about 60-40 tilted towards the male. I'm not saying that is representative of a lot of the polling units, but I think that there was not much variance in terms of male to female ratio in coming out to vote. I think that there was a very fair sense of both gender being represented at the polls today. It was yeah, at best 60-40, yes.
I was told that you are back. So,
Okay.
so the question to you before you drop off is that when you look at the demographics of the voter over, you think what is the ratio of male to female voters over there? Do we have more female voters compared to male voters? Because we've been receiving some reports in some parts of the country that there seems to be more female voters than male voters. We just want to cross-check.
This is it's a good one. It's a very good one that our ladies, our women are coming out to vote. Here in Calabar, what I noticed was that we had more of female involvement in the whole electoral process, of trying to pick who their representatives will be in the next cycle of governance. But the painful thing is just that we have just few of them on the ballot. I hope that this gets to improve over time, just like we have them involved in deciding on who is going to take which office that is available. We would also have them putting themselves forward to be picked to man these offices in the near future. So looking at it on the general scale, I would say that a 60-40 in favor of female turnout over male turnout is something I've noticed today across the place I've been to in Calabar.
So, Mr.
Is it
Paul,
just
please.
me? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Paul, could you please bring in the two panelists that have just joined us, Dr. Morano and Aja Rakia. Aja Rakia said she's on call. Please kindly bring her on board as well. So one of the issues we like to speak about now, because the results are coming in, and it appears that Lagos is more or less, we have Aja Rakia, she's joining us. Aja Rakia, could you please introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining us from?
Hello, good evening. My name is Reka Ibrahim Amidu, aka Diaspora, live from Kuba, Nigeria.
So, Ajia, how's it been over there in Kogi State? Are you joining us from Kogi State? And what is the situation on the ground? Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Kuba, Usman Ward, Abuja.
In Abuja. So, what has been voters turnout like over there? What has it been like?
Voters turnout from especially the polling unit I handle today. Very, very impressive. Everybody eager to vote, interested in the whole process, and they were so patient with everything going on. So they are ready to decide their leaders this time on their own. They don't want any situation that in future they have to blame someone or blame. They are ready to take the bull by the horn today. They came all out, waited patiently, and casted their votes.
That's interesting. In terms of demographics, which demographic do you think is most represented, male versus female? Do we have more females participating in the process compared to male? What is it like over there in your polling unit?
And I think I can say 50-50, though more women, 50, maybe 54 to 46, more women by 54% than 46 men. People are actually interested in this particular election. So all demographic captured properly, and just about 4% more of women.
Okay. That's so much. That's good to know. So let me put forward to other panel. Dr. Morana, I want to believe you have joined us. Hello, Dr. Morana, it seems you have joined. So I'd like to know if you can you please unmute yourself and share. Yeah, please. I just got bumped out of a very little internet problem. Dr. Morano, could you please introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining from?
Hello.
Morano.
I'm with you.
Hello.
Hello, I'm with you. I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Jelly. Hello.
I lost it. Hello, Dr. Yeah, I'm
speaking. The network is actually.
Are you?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dr. Jalili.
But I don't know what
I can hear you.
It seems like I'm having an continue with the program.
Hello, Dr. Jalili. Can you hear?
Network.
Mm. The network. Mm.
The technical glitch. Hello, apology for the technical glitch. I'm back, and I help all the panelists are back. So let's come back to Dr. Morano still with us. Hello, everyone. Is Dr. Morano still with us?
I'm with you, life and I'm with you.
Yeah, could you please introduce? Yeah, could you please introduce yourself and tell us where you're joining from and what the situation has been since the beginning over there?
Thank you, Dr. Deli. I'm Dr. Are you with me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
We are with you.
Hello? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I am Dr. Asimi Olale Kamran. A senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science, Summit University of Art, and acting director of academic planning of the University Summit University of Art. Now, I'm in Ilora State.
It seems you are having some problem with your connection. Yeah, it seems you are having some issues with your connection. So please, will you please change your location so that to determine whether you are going to have a more stable internet connection. So let me pivot back to Ajia Rekia. When you look at the team pattern today in Abuja, who are you likely to project as a winner of the voting in Abuja? Who are you likely to project as the winner, PC or the party?
Hello? The question is not clear. It's breaking. I'm not hearing you clearly.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, Dr. Ajia. So, in terms of the voting outcome in Abuja, which political party are you projecting to win the presidential election in Abuja? Is it the AP, the PDP, or the Labour Party in Abuja?
As far as Abuja is concerned, it's too early to say anything, especially the fact that I handle the polling unit I attended to today. The voting is still ongoing. I can say because a lot of turnout and we couldn't finish early. Right now, we have no result from that unit. So another polling unit I visited, the same thing is ongoing. They are still counting. So if you ask me to project anybody now, I may be wrong. Any party can, as far as I'm concerned, I cannot project any party right now. As Abuja or the location I am, Kubwa, is concerned. Though I heard someone talk about Labour Party in another polling unit, one polling unit, then two other polling units talk about APC. But where I and the population there is overwhelming. So, and you can cancel these other three units I've heard about. So that is why I'm not in a hurry to say anything right now until the total result is counted.
Yeah, I think that is a better thing to do. You know, we always appreciate people who do to make pronouncement in terms of likely to win a particular place or not. Dr. Morano, what has it been like in your place, in your polling unit? Hello, Dr. Morano. Are you still with us, Dr. Morano? Hello, Dr. Morano. And are you still with us, Dr. Morano? What has it been like in your polling?
Thank you, Dr.
I think Dr.
Delili.
Morano.
Most
Yeah, go
of the
ahead,
polling
please.
units I visited
Go
today,
ahead. What? Yeah. What?
impressive.
Yeah, the polling unit. Okay, go
The
ahead.
polling unit I met today, the turnout is highly impressive. People came out hammers to vote for the candidate of their choice. Everything went on smoothly. It is peaceful. People are so enthusiastic. They went to the site without any problem. So far, so good. Things were so cool and calm. Some of the polling units I visited at the Kwara City, Lord.
So, what can you tell us of the level of smoothness of the election process itself? Was there any problem with the beavers? Was there any problem with the INEC officials themselves? We just want to have a general feeling about the effectiveness of the technology itself. Were there issues about the technology or the accreditation technology?
Well, the only problem I observed was the lateness.
Hello, Dr. Morano, we lost you. Hello, Dr. Morano.
That it was so.
Okay, so the lateness was an issue in your place, and that seems to be, yeah, the lateness. You did mention that the lateness, the late arrival of electoral materials, INEC official, was an issue in your place.
The late arrival, and INEC official themselves, they didn't come in time, and that delayed the process, which takes money, which is.
Do you have any update for us? Do you have any update for us regarding the results that were there in your polling unit? Were you there when the results were declared? And if you were there, do you have any update for us about the performance of the Lady Political Parish? Hello, Dr. Moran. Okay, so internet in Ajare. So Ajare. So looking at the voters turnout, what do you think possibly explains voters to massive in Abuja? Could that be as a result of the enthusiasm on the side of the voter by the leaders of the very political party, or could the voters really want to be part of this process? What do you think explains the voters' enthusiasm that seems to be massive in Abuja? What does explain that, Ajarekia?
Yeah, I can say there is a lot of enlightenment campaign went on for several months and weeks. I believe Nigerians are well aware now that they have is their right to vote, and they will hold themselves accountable if they don't vote, and they have no reason to complain about the outcome. So that enlightenment, I think, went a long way, sensitizing Nigerians this time around, and they responded so well, because I've been to so many places, including my children, especially the boys. They went around the city, and they turned out just as it is in my polling unit. It's almost the same everywhere. So I can say largely the turnaround is caused by the enlightenment campaign. People should come out and elect their own leaders. I think I can say that is the reason.
Okay.
Other persons I heard said maybe the people are tired of the situation. The situation of the country is tiring. They want to change the government, or they want to vote in favor of persons. But I can vote as a person. The enlightenment campaign is superb this time. He went round up to the grassroots. Everybody is aware that you hold yourself accountable. If you don't vote, to vote, you can't. So everybody turn out to pick, to vote their candidates. I think that's what that's my opinion anyway.
In that Lagos state? And do you think the Labour Party is up to spring some surprises in the base of the city board? Over to Wala.
Sorry, the only thing I heard was around whether Mr. Obi is up to surprise the city boy in his own base. Yeah. Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. So, what do you think explains his performance in Lagos state? What do you think? Yeah, we can hear you.
Well,
Please go ahead, Mr. Wala. Go
all right. So I think that the factors. I think first of all, the performance of the APC has been abysmal. All right. So you have a lot of people who have turned to the candidates of the Labour Party with protest votes. I mean, that is one clear sign that we've seen, Secondly, there is a yearning for change, all right? So there's a perception that Mr. Obi does represent Nigeria's best chance, all right, at driving change. He's seen as someone who is not beholden to the status quo. He's seen as someone who will have a mind of his own. All right. And because a lot of these young people are informed and hold this perception, it hasn't come as a surprise whatsoever from Mr. Obi across the board in Lagos. From Akoka to Ikeja, Alimosho to, very strong pockets of enlightened spaces. Mr. Obi has done creditably well. And I'm sure that by the time we begin to see official results from INEC, you'll see that it would really, really, really be very too close to call in Lagos, and I dare say a few other cosmopolitan cities. Because again, I recall that in the morning I'd spoken to the fact that students, housewives, there's a lot of disenchantment. For example, in Unilag, for example, all the 6 polling units in Unilag, they were won by Mr. Obi, and the reason is not far-fetched. Lecturers are being owed 8 months' salary as we speak. 8 months. So it's a no-brainer, that people in those cases would not want to give their votes to the ruling party. All right. So I think that these are some of the reasons that we can adduce, for the very strong, impressive, and very heartwarming performance, that we've seen by Mr. Obi across board in Lagos.
What's the difference between votes garnered by the candidate of Labour at Akoka? What's the difference, Mr.?
For example, at the Ozola polling unit where I obtained, where I took the picture of the final list, Peter Obi had 88 votes. Mr. Tinubu had 33 votes. Yeah, so I mean, and I think that we've seen pockets of those across across the other polling units in Unilag, for example. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's the performance of Mr. Obi at Koka seems to be an interesting one. And let's see, maybe that is going to be the trend all over the state. And as you can see on our screen, some of the results that are scrolling suggest that, you know, it's a big battle between Mr. Bola Tinubu and Mr. Peter Obi, Lagos State. As the results are coming in, we are going to be your viewers, but the results are suggesting that things are not, you know, things like in Shomolu, APC got 67. To see that differences in and right now was a massive Labour Party they got vote. You know, we are beginning to see the from Lagos State. So the competition actually taking place in Lagos State currently, and these are just snapshots. The results that come from different polling units in Lagos State. In Sango Tedo, Labour Party got 86 votes, and I mean several in Village Enugu, Party got 79 votes compared to the APC. So we're beginning to get results from different parts of the world, results from Lagos State. But Lagos is a very interesting dynamics, and it's been one that also to call demographics in Lagos State. So what happens at the end of the day, but my guess is still that the candidate of the APC may be able to snatch a very narrow win in Lagos State. Mr. Boye, let's come back to you. Which candidate are you projecting to win the presidential election in your end?
Okay, thank you so much. Right now, it's still very much.
To win the presidential election over the.
Okay, like I said, right now it's still a very, very close call between the three leading candidates, the Labour Party, the APC, and the. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Okay, so like I was saying, right now it's still a very close call between the three major parties: APC, PDP, and Labour Party. Okay, right about now, the results we've gotten so far is just like 10% of the total polling units we have in Nigeria. So we wouldn't want to start saying this person would win or that person would win. However, we must give commendation to Labour Party with the way they've actually been able to come into the game. They've also been able to redefine the mode at which politicians engage electorates going into election. Be rest assured, whatever the outcome is for this 2023 elections, our subsequent elections will become much more interesting and much more engaging, courtesy of what Labour Party has also been able to bring into the table going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to agree with you on that submission that the disruptive impact, said to say, is actually sending a massive signal to the entire electoral landscape, you know, and I expect a big change in the election ecosystem because people are going to be emboldened to take on a big political party, an established political party, and work their way through the heart of the voters, telling them that their votes are going to count. And I think that is good generally for the polity. It means that politicians will begin to take, it may mean that politicians will begin to take the electorate and their promises more seriously. So that is good to know from your hand. Dr. Morana, from your hand, which direction do you think the presidential election is going to pivot? Is it going to be in the direction of the APC, the PDP, or the Labour Party? Over to you, Dr. Morana. Yes, there to be some background noise for you. Hello, Dr. Morano.
Sir.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Some background noise from your end. Yeah, please go ahead. Who do you think is going to be presidential election in your end?
At my hand, APC is leading at my area here, followed by PDP. At Kwara State, generally where I have listed and pardon?
Yeah. I mean, what is the performance of the Labour Party in your state?
Hello.
I mean, what's of the Labour Party in your state?
Kwara State. Like I said earlier.
What is the performance of Labour Party over there?
APC is leading here at Kwara State.
Okay. What the result eventually shows at the end of the day in Kwara State. This is second time a panelist from Kwara State is suggesting that APC is likely to turn, to win Kwara State during the last election in Kwara State, and it seems that they are likely to win Kwara State in this election as well. One final parting shot from all of you. Ajia Rakia, I'd like to start with you. What is going to be your final thought for this, so that you can wrap up this segment? What's your final thought for the electorate and your reflection generally about what this particular item actually holds for the future of the country? Over to you, Ajia Rakia.
I didn't get the first part of the question, please.
So what is your, on the, the future of the country election? Do you think this election portends a better future for the country? And what is going to be your message for the electorate generally?
Okay. Thank you very much. In my own understanding or perception of the whole, or assessment of the whole situation, I realized that Nigerians are ready to move the country forward. They want a better country for themselves, for their children, and children's children. So everybody is working, all hands on deck, trying to elect the future leaders that will make impact or develop the country. And for me, I love this country so much, and I wish for prayers come to. I can say it as a prayer because for now I cannot say one or A or B has won this election. But from all I'm getting, education is from people, not me per se, is signaling APC. And if it's APC, it becomes Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and it's somebody that is in love with the country, is in love with development, and I think that will go a long way to move this country forward as somebody who is interested in development. And what I want to say to the electorate, what I've seen this time is that people are voting not as a result of what they are given. I love the change. What has changed in this particular situation, this 2023 election, is the fact that nobody got anybody. I can say that categorically, especially in my area. I witnessed that nobody was forced or asked to go and vote for me for social reason, ABC stipend, because nobody have anything to give anyone. So people are just out to vote their conscience, and whatever becomes the outcome is exactly what Nigerians want. So if we can keep this as a standard in the country, I think we as Nigerians want to get it right. Are you there? Hello?
Thank you so much, Ajia, for those very optimistic thoughts about the future of the country. And I really understand. I appreciate the fact that you emphasize country, and you've demonstrated this over and again. And that traveling from your base in the to Nigeria, I think is because you love country, because you really felt it's important that you exercise your civic responsibility and that you mobilize people in your constituency. What is your party in short? Are you optimistic that this election is going to bring about change in our electoral ecosystem? And what message for the electorate? Hello, Mr. Boyega.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yes, okay, thank you very much. So, a bit of a worry, despite the fact that we can see involvement, a clear departure from the way people have been involved in elections in previous times to what we have right now. But the worry is the fact that this election is still very hinged on the lines of religion and ethnicity. There is a huge taint of religion and ethnicity in the participation and the way people have actually approached this election. So I hope in the future we'll have electorates who will grow into situations whereby they would look beyond religion, ethnicity, and other things and make informed decisions on who they should vote for. That we need to also commend the fact that we have a whole lot of involvement from our females this time around in this election. It shows that they know where the shoe is really pinching them, so they are really coming out. And also, whatever the outcome of this election is, we should all remember that there would only be one winner. It is either your candidate wins or your candidate does not win. But whoever emerges as the president or as the winner of any of the elections that is being contested for today, we should know that that person will be the person that will be representing us all. So while we tend to move away from the whole politicking electioneering process, we should be gearing up to be active citizens who would hold anybody accountable, whether it is somebody whom you voted for or someone whom you didn't vote for. At the end of the day, once that person comes on board, that person becomes the leader of us all. And we must be ready to hold that person accountable and also support that person to create the Nigerian that we all deserve.
Thank you so much. I love the way you ended it, and I think that is patriotism that we have always known you for. You have got to patriotic citizen, and people should go about, the discharge of their civic responsibility, letting aside religious and other primordial sentiments. So thank you, is a big one for our viewers and the generality of the citizen. That at the end of the day, what matters is that we have a leader that addresses our concern and makes a better place for all. Mr. Awala, what is going to be in short? Hello, Mr. Awala. Hello, Mr. Wala. We are waiting for you to say your parting words. Okay, it says Mr. Wala is having some difficulty with his internet connection. Dr. Murano, are you still with us?
I'm
Hello,
with you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Murano.
Hello, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, could you please say your parting words? Could you please say your parting words, Mr. Murano?
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Murano,
Jelili.
what is your parting words?
My parting word is to our electorates. I love the consciousness this time around. Just like I said when I was sharing my feelings regarding the ongoing election, that they came out heads. That shows the level of enthusiasm. I want them to sustain this even in the subsequent election. And to the politicians themselves, I want our politicians to desist from a campaign of calumny, whereby they are attacking the personality instead of them fixing the issues and send their manifesto to the electorate and just know how they want to implement their policies if eventually they are being elected into the political offices. So it takes I love Nigerians the way they came out. Still, despite these hardships everywhere in the country, they still came out. And particularly, I've never seen the number of disabled electorate that I saw today. In most of the polling units that I visited, it has never been like this before. But these things are so encouraging to me, and I want Nigeria to keep the tempo and allow the flag to continue flying like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So I also gathered from others as well that we have a significant increase in the number of physically challenged voters, and I think that's another area where that's actually done better, giving us an improved electoral process. We got to end it now, and on behalf of all the collaborators who is behind the show, putting this live election coverage together, I want to say a big thank you to all of our panelists, Dr. Murano, Ajara Kia, Mamada, Mr. Awala, and Mr. Boyega. You've done an amazing job updating our viewers about the development in your various polling units, in your various states, and continue with our evening section, 9 a.m. time. And that's going to be our last session for today. So I want to thank everyone who's been part of the live broadcast, and we are going to continue the live broadcast through tomorrow, where we are going to be using the election map that we have generated based on our algorithm and the results that are at our disposal. We are going to be using that to moderate the 9 p.m. section and the subsequent sections that will take place tomorrow. So I want to wish all of you the best of the rest of your day. And thank you for joining us, and bye. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Corpus, how are you?
We are doing fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, as you can see. We just came back from campaigning in the villages across the river, you see, and they really love us.
That's really good for you. I wish you all the best.
Wait now, don't go yet. We even saw some of your people on the campaign trail, and we took care of them.
Wow, good for you.
And we will take care of you too. You know you are serving your fatherland, and you will be playing a key role in the election process. So we can take care of you, so you can help us. And when we enter, we will still take more care of you. You know what I mean, eh?
I don't know what you mean, Oga.
Okay. Just say that the machine is not working, so we can use manual process. Then we can work results in our favor. And we may not even need to do it because the people like us already. But this is just a contingency plan in case our opponents want to play smart. You know what I mean?
You want to pay us to manipulate results for you?
No big deal there now. We'll take care of you very well.
No, sir. We are not interested. Nigeria will take care of us.
We say no to inducement to manipulate the election process and results.
We say no to every form of corruption during elections.
A free and fair election will make a better Nigeria that can take care of its people. Say no to inducement and bribery to manipulate elections.
With Organization Portal, you can create an online presence for your business and manage it on the go. Be it political, non-governmental, civic organization, business owner, social institutions, and so on. There's room for everyone. You can do more with Organization Portal, from adding team members to creating campaigns, posts, debates, and much more. Get started by downloading Veegil app or visit veegil.com. Veegil, increasing your socio-political influence.
All right, I know you might be kind of confused and you are thinking, how real and how truthful is our results on Veegil platform? Okay, calm down, let me explain to you. Yeah. The Fast Index works in a way we collect results from a lot of people in a certain polling unit, and then we give you an average sum of that particular result. The Fast Index will be measured by the location access we have to the people that are posting the particular update. If you have your location turned on, we would have a higher Fast Index of that particular post, because we confirm that you are currently in that polling unit you are giving update for. So we collect this result from these people posting updates in that particular polling unit, and it will give you a collated result on the Veegil platform.